Okay, so we're going to be picking up where we left off with the Mushroom Empire. So this is a new run. For those who missed what happened with the Arco Nexus, want to know that we did our 5 endings. We got to Arco Nexus, which is the 6th ending, and it just got to the point of fast-forwarding and nothing else, like just fast-forwarding. We just had to wait for the research to tick over. And it was very much kind of like, alright, this isn't really entertaining, that kind of thing. So we started a new run, and as you can see, the numbers are building up quickly, despite the fact that research-wise, we really aren't far. It's the game last stream was weirdly aggressive in giving me pawns, and a lot of them are actually pretty solid ones too. So most of my structure is like wood floors and not very good. We're not very skilled yet. And I'm probably... It's like right now I got a ton of food. I'm kind of expecting to fall behind in the food, but we'll see. But yeah, so the theme behind this one is we are the Mushroom Empire. Right now we're just a prolicizer ideology. I want to switch into darkness so that we actually like mushrooms. But the idea is it's going to be based around a lot of doing the stuff with mushrooms and all that. But also, we are planning on considering the Empire illegitimate. So we're going to get ourselves a high rank in the Empire and then betray it. And the only reason I'm doing that is to make it so our Mushroom Queen or whatever has to actually have a throne room and whatever. So our current priorities in the run is 1, just keep research moving. 2, get our ideology so we can do a reformation so we can enable the darkness ideology. Because right now we are the Mushroom Empire who loves everything about mushrooms, except we don't actually like mushrooms. But we are primarily living on them. We have been having problems with heat here a little bit. We did get one of our people who joined was a high mate child, who is, I think, our only pawn who can do social at all. Yep. So is going to clearly become our advisor when they're old enough to become an advisor. Temporary workers. You are willing to give me... Oh, those are actual choices. So are willing to give me a Vanometric Power, or a Legendary Shield Belt, or a ridiculous amount of Goodwill. The Goodwill is clearly not the right answer on this one. Now, there's arguments to be made for both of these. The Vanometric Power is effectively power forever without any additional stuff. But a Legendary Shield Belt is really hard to come by. And that'll allow, like, honestly at this stage, that'll allow one of our melee pawns to just run down people with guns and beat the crap out of them with little to no concern. Because they're not going to crack that shield belt. I personally think with the new Gravcore power and everything, I'm actually going to lean for the shield belt. Yeah, and also getting a shield belt is easy. Getting a legendary one, in a whole run you might see one. I should have probably checked who the heck I was even sending. It was 4 people for 27 days. That's 2 seasons. That's a long time actually. 4 people I got to get out of here. All right. So, Box Fox Merle, because I don't need someone who's mining. We'll say... So, it'll be Box Fox Merle, Ion Tichy can go. Illyspid can go. Yeah, Illy's our dedicated hauling person. It's just... And maybe Slurpee Capital. Crafting is really good, but I think we're at the point where the only thing happening with crafting for the most part... So you're definitely going. I think you're going. I think you're going. I think you're going. Well, I want to keep the research going. So I'm giving up my crafter for right now. Pods arrive. Legendary shield belt. Get it right now. And haul that in. Let's get our clothing assignments sorted out. So, did I send away our moral guide? No, I was trying to make sure we didn't. Cool. Alright, so assignments, manage policy. Delete their existing policies here. Because usually what I'll do is I'll copy this policy, and I'll make it melee. If I hit the right thing. Alright, so the anything policy No more shield belt. And we go to you, and you are the melee policy. So you get a shield belt. Yeah, so we need to keep working on Draconic to get them converted. But yeah, that's sending the colonists away for a very long time. Yeah, so we still have our cook, we still have a growing person, we still have a construction person who can handle animals, and a researcher. We don't actually have a crafter right now, though I could put you low priority on that. We don't really have a crafter right now, but I had to send someone away. I could have also sent away my growing person. I do have an obnoxious amount of mushrooms, but I have a feeling a lot of this is from when we left the tile to camp during the heat wave and then brought a bunch back. So I'm kind of worried we're gonna have like 3,000-4,000 of it all rot at the same time. Oh, right. And we stopped hunting everything. Oh, hey, hang on. You gotta go. That'll hunt Ornate if we leave it. Okay. And the Arcobra's way over there. Let's actually just go after the Arcobra right now. Just because I don't want me to look away for a minute. And then suddenly we got a problem where Ornate's being hunted. Alright, that's fine. Now, for those who did miss, we actually tamed some monitor lizards. They don't really do much for us combat-wise, but I needed a source of leather or fabric or whatever. And we don't have anything like alpaca or anything like that, so I was like, the monitor lizards, if raiders attack them, have a lot of toxic buildup they cause. They actually do pretty respectably. Now, I can't tell them to attack things, but that's okay. Because my thought is just, you know, a raider goes up, starts slapping on them and all that. But it'll give us lizard skin as a leather, which isn't just, like, amazing or anything. Tame a boomalope to slaughter? No, and in this one, because I can pull up all this, I don't really need it. Like, other stuff here, it'd be monitor lizards I'd tame or tortoises. Because tortoises can be kind of a comical defense, because they're hard to hit and they can shrug off a lot of hits. So if you can put a bunch of tortoises, like, in the way that they start blocking the pathing of raiders, the raiders will then attack the tortoise. Or if it happens to be what they select as their priority. And it can just take them a little while to kill a tortoise. So it can be a fun one. Whereas the monitor lizards will die way easier, but whatever. I'm also low-key kind of hoping the monitor lizards, I could just cut them loose and not have to worry about managing any of it. How is your... Okay, so you're already low enough that I don't want to use the conversion ritual on you. Stop switching that back and forth. Okay, and how long till we can do stuff? 3 days till we can do our Sky Lantern party. The Unleash the Spores. And Zerx is out here just fishing. Yes, because we've got you set to grow and all that, or fish as able. Alright, so you got a raid, they're going to prepare. 3 people, they're rocking a bolt action, a knife, and a shotgun. That's not my favorite. I'm going to probably initiate on them, because I have a feeling we can probably tag 1 or 2 of them a good couple times with that our bolt action before things escalate. If we could take 1 of them out of the fight, that means only 1 more we gotta go. So we gotta watch out for Angel. What is your shooting, Angel? It's terrible. What's Conrad shooting? It's almost the same amount of terrible. Alright, never mind. Okay. And you got tagged once. Oh. And it was a really bad hit. That's not what you love to see. Alright, so while they're running over at us, how strong is your melee pawn? Oh, your melee pawn is a nightmare, is what your melee pawn is. Okay. So chase Draconic. Draconic, go after Angel. I would like that bolt action. I didn't give her both my doctors, did I? Nice. Cool, so you get out of here. You get out of here. That'll be the doctor and the injured person. You just got bruised, right? Yeah, you just got bruised. So Zerk's here. That bolt action will be a massive upgrade for you. Actually, you're the queen. You get dibs. You can take the shotgun. Alright. Yeah, this is an easy fight, and it's just like 19 melee and a Hussar is like, wait a second, hang on. That's a scary dude right there. Oh no, it wasn't 18, it was 13. Man, it was a 13 melee. No, it was okay, it's only 9. Yeah, but actually, the both of them, that's the reason we got tagged so bad, was the shotgun one there. I didn't see there was 11 shooting careful shot with a shotgun. He only got the 1 or 2 shots off, but he belted Conrad. Only narrowly avoid destroying the stomach in one hit, which wouldn't have killed you, but you would not have been doing too hot. Okay, so your heat stroke's going down. Yeah. Yeah, when we took the hit from the shotgun, I was like, that's not good. But that was a bad hit. Let's see, grassland run, but you can only build flammable materials, have to manage the boomload herd. Oh, so there's actually ways you could do that. The ways you handle... Don't tell Ultra. The ways you handle this kind of stuff is if you want to, you use fire breaks. So what you can do here to protect yourself is if I were to worry about where wood or like fires here, I just make a area 4 tiles wide, and then the fire can't spread to my base because it can only spread, I believe, 4 tiles. Also, if you make your external stone, you don't have to worry about that. Obviously, on the map, you're dealing with what resources you got. But yeah, so the big thing to protect if you're dealing with fire as a major concern. I used to do it in almost all of my runs. I just put a little gap of ceiling around the outside. It's also good for toxic fallout, because then when they're running around your different buildings or whatever, they can stay under cover. They will get annoyed about being in the darkness all the time, but yeah. Like, genuinely, with so much of this being wood, I probably should be doing that. Actually, you know what? We're a darkness ideology. Let's do that. Yeah, this is the way you would deal with fire on a map if you're worried about it. Yep, so with all that ceilinged, the only fire we'll deal with is if someone runs up and then lights our door itself on fire, or we have like a pyromaniac break inside the building kind of thing. But like raiders, you know, if they light up our crops, that is whatever. Now granted, I'll lose my crops, to be clear. those will get wrecked. But that'll clear all the stuff around here. Now, granted, this map, ironically, this won't work. Because the whole reason you do this is because on a normal map, all of your undergrowth dies when you're sealing it off. But this map, because we have the night grass, which requires darkness, it's going to do nothing. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so for the forest, or the glow forest, that strategy doesn't work. Huh. Now, the other alternative you could do to work on that, it's a little bit more maintenance, is if you got the spare person, you go up over here, and you can just cut a fire break, and it'll give you a little bit of time before it grows back in. It's not reliable, but in a pinch, if you see, like, you know, this part of the map is on fire, and you're going, oh crap, I can't, you know, I don't, like, the fire's out of control, it's too big, you can, you know, cut the grass here to make a fire break, and then it won't be able to burn past and it has to work its way around. So there's a lot of times, that's fine, I don't care about gold. There's a lot of times that it can be far more efficient so far as labor instead of trying to, like, fight the whole big fire to go and just clean this up on the outside edge. I haven't had to do that in a while, because these days I tend to overgrow so much, it's like, oh, I lose my crop, whatever. Now, at the grab ship, that's become a little bit more of a hassle, because you land someplace and you don't have the time to build out the stuff to deal with it. Yeah, I saw that dark part there. If you have stone, laying tiles or cobblestone will do the trick. Also give you an advantage in movement boost when leveling your construction. Yeah, the only disadvantage of that one is flooring is pretty expensive wealth-wise. But no, that's probably the alternative you'd do, is you'd lay down stone. And in the areas the stone won't go, the mud, you don't care because it's not flammable to begin with. But yeah, that'd be your alternative, is to lay down, like, stone, cobblestone around your base. Which ultimately we are going to be conquering and all that. So, not really a thing I'm going to be worrying about too much, because we're going to get on our grab ship and do grab ship stuff. Oh yeah, you're getting ready to have a baby. Okay. I forgot that was a thing that was happening. And we're waiting for more lizard skin, which is just going to come up as we get more and more monitor lizards. And I do kind of want this run to have, like... How do you handle that baby prep? At this stage in the game, I make a crib. And then, once we're getting close, which we are now, I say make baby food, and I just set it to, like, the minimum there. And I go to food policies, and I make sure baby food is not on the list of accepted things in the food policy. But the pregnant one is gone? Wait. Oh. Well, we'll get to see how that turns out. So what should happen is, assuming the baby is born as a healthy baby or whatever, the baby will just be the baby will just show up here, kind of thing. I've had it happen once before, and it's kind of amusing that you're just chilling at home, and then suddenly it's like the baby was born. Shuttle just drops it right there, and you're like, there's your baby. It's like, okay, cool, man. Nice solid hit on the opener. And sorted. Oh, right, I was gonna turn back on the mods we disabled the last time. Let's do that really quick. And the reason for it is, for people who missed, we figured out after stream, like, what was going on. Alright, so self-dying, I want that back on. Da-da-da-da-da. Follow me, I want that back on. Fahrenheit and Celsius, I want that back on. Where are you? More gene information, which requires the floating sub-menus, and Camera Plus. And I think that's everything, so we auto-sort it. Yeah, so we're turning on Camera Plus, the more gene information, Fahrenheit, follow me, and self-dying. So all of these are like UI in that I get to do camera things, and then self-dying means I can tell them to dye their clothes and they'll just dye their clothes. You're in the grassland, you don't have stone cutting yet, and you're getting hit by manhunter packs of boomalopes. Yeah, if you build a roof around your building, that'll protect you. Or, like you said, laying down stone. Yeah, but the thing we did is the reason we disabled all that kind of stuff. Yeah, taking a screenshot would have been rather repeatedly wondering what mods you have. Oh yeah, no, I have a mods command. The thing I need to add to it is the more biotech information. Let me go ahead and while we're fresh and this is running, let me get that command updated. I don't change my mods very often because I don't tend to run mods very often for any meaningful level. Alright, so let's sit here. It was, like, more biotech information, which required floating menus. And was that everything? We already have the self-dying, the camera plus. Oh, and follow me. Get that mod command updated. Because it's like every 2 or 3 streams or whatever, someone will bring it up. It's like, oh yeah, I haven't updated my command. So get that so I can see chat again. True, but you do have good quality of life mods. Yep. So I just updated the mods command a second ago, so you'll see the new things only in a minute. Alright, so let's convert you. But yeah, that's the thing. I mostly run... Let's see, how was Crime Scene Cleaner update? Plan to play more? It was good. I don't know if I'll plan to play more. It definitely was one of those things that, like... You know, people were enjoying it, but it was definitely a lot of people felt, like, a bit more checked out than normal, which is usually an indicator that a game is a miss. I think it's just kind of the fact that it released... It's been, like, a week and a half, 2 weeks now. So I think the people who are actually excited / interested in it have already gone and see other people play it. And that, like, kind of collectively the internet has moved on. Unfortunately, a lot of those games have a pretty short shelf life. Now, granted, with that one, when Crime Scene Cleaner first dropped, it did really well. But, this one doesn't have nearly as much story with the update. So I feel like it's got... it feels more like something you do for, like, if you're someone who's like, I enjoyed this game, but I'd like to achievement hunt a little more. It feels like it's great for that kind of thing. But, a lot of it felt a lot less engaging because there wasn't an overarching story that grabbed as much. They were kind of leading that there was some, like, Wicked one or something like that. I don't know. It didn't grab me the same. I very much enjoyed it, but it didn't seem to be landing or resonating. So I figured, let's just move on. Like, it wasn't bad or anything. But yeah. Considering we already got what we paid for out of Crime Scene Cleaner, and it was a really good time, and they just tossed an update that effectively lets us do all the maps the second time and have a good time. And it did, for the record, it did change the maps up in really kind of interesting ways and all that. Like adding entire additional areas to some maps and changing that kind of thing. So, very genuinely, I don't have any complaints about it either. Like, cause at first I thought it was going to be literally just Crime Scene Cleaner, but like, you know, some spooky thing would jump out at you once in a while or whatever. They did a lot more than that, and I appreciate it. I was also fighting with the music, and I remember that became a massive pain point towards the end of playing it the first time, that getting that music player to cooperate was just a nightmare. So I kind of didn't want to deal with it. Also, I just wanted to play RimWorld. But it was nice to take part of the stream. I do want to get some other stuff going on the channel that isn't RimWorld, just to have additional. I don't see Crime Scene Cleaner being something that I would go back to a bunch of times, though. That feels like when you dip in, you have a good time, you move on. Versus, like, Project Zomboid was something we burned a bunch of time in. Roadcraft we burned a bunch of time in. I wish Tycoon games did better. I genuinely wish Tycoon games did better on Twitch. Like, they'll have, when they first release, they'll have a little while they do okay. But after that, it's mostly just, like, the ones that are a nostalgia trip, like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, that are the ones that, you know, you can kind of get an audience to pop in for. Which is fair, because a lot of Tycoon games have a lot of downtime, which makes them hard to stream. Because low-key, it'd be fun to, like, sit there and do some, like, proper time and, you know, Planet Coaster 2. Like, I've done that a number of times in the channel. Planet Coaster and Planet Coaster 2. But there are games that do really well if I pop in and do, like, 1 or 2 days, and then get back out. Anytime I've tried to do more than that, the drop-off is strong. How's the research? It's going slow. We have gone out of our way to get just about every drug before electricity or complex furniture or complex clothing. Actually, looking at this, yep, we are down to the point where it is yep, we're in track for all the drugs. That is the classic random research. Random research saying, like, what if we had nothing but drugs? Why? Oh, you're having heat stroke? You're still going to be better than the other people. See, honestly, that might be worth pursuing if you're for a raider run. What might be worth pursuing? Sorry, I missed context on that. The drugs, you mean? Oh, yeah, I've got a mountain of that stuff. Let's grab... Making drugs used for combat? Yeah, I know it's good. I tend not to. Like, they're really, really good, to be clear. Like, Go Juice and Wake Up are both really good for combat situations. But, I generally don't tend to. Because then you get the random person, you get unlucky, and you draw an addiction, and it's utterly obnoxious to deal with. I'll get the small child. I hit the wrong button and I canceled it. Yeah, so getting rid of all those. Give me the medicine. And I am going to take the bison parka for the kid. I have no idea where it got dropped. Okay, you've already grabbed it. Oh no, you put it on now. Okay, that's fine. Because the kid's been struggling with the heat. And while the parka shouldn't help us too much... Yeah, no, it only insulates getting cold. It's fine. Let's see, you've got 2 runs going right now that you can pop between. One is going to be a Conquest run, Raiders, Blind Sight, High Life. Yeah, I can see a lot of fun stuff you can do with a bunch of that. This quest where I sent everyone away. We only had 1 small raid so far. It was 3 people, which I mean 3 on 4. That's actually not an outlier so far as, like, the severity. It is a little bit of a bummer that this kid is happening off tile, so we have no input to it on how it turns out at all. But it is what it is. They're already gone, so, you know. I don't see a reason to try and bring him back or anything. Okay. I always struggle to remember which ones give us light leather. I want to say it's stuff like rats and all that give you light leather. Stuff that's like not enough there to make it worthwhile. Make it its own thing. That said, I'm not super worried. If we start getting enough extra lizard whatever, we'll do that. Plus, you never know when we're going to unlock complex furniture and then all of these sleeping bags become a moot point. Alright, so it might be worth taking a little bit of time here. And going up here. And making ourselves, back in this corner, a little dedicated lab. That way we're not taking the penalty for this not being in a laboratory. It also gives us a little bit of a project to work on. We got granite block and limestone block. Is that what's on our map? Because I know we got sandstone. I just don't remember what are the other ones we have. Okay, so this sandstone. Yeah, so make the floors out of limestone. Actually, we don't have granite. We have slate. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I mean, I prefer the slate floors. I have access to fungal gravel? Why do I have access to fungal gravel? They must have changed the requirements for it, because it used to be you had to be tunneler for fungal gravel. And we're just prolicizer, we don't even like mushrooms. So we're not that. Maybe they just made it available to everyone? Limestone's believed stronger for walls? Yeah, no, you're right. I want to say sandstone builds faster, but has lower health. We just started with because the sandstone is the one that we found in abundance at the beginning. We just toss it up there real fast to get things moving. Okay, so floors. We're also not here long term, so I'm not super worried about it. Yeah, it'd be 20 tiles, so that'd be way out of reason. Inspired taming, I'm not really worried about that. We don't have anything super exciting. So I'll save it just in the off chance that we have a Thrumbo or whatever shows up. We got another warg hanging out here. Solid opening hit to the eye. Nicely done. All right. Yeah, so get ourselves a little lab up here. Because now one of the changes they made in 1.6 is it used to be it didn't really matter if your research bench was in a room with like your production stuff. Like it wasn't that big a deal. But they did add a penalty. I don't remember how severe it was, but it's something like 20 or 25% or something like that, where it's like, oh, it's not enough that it's like a deal breaker to put them together. But it is enough to be like, no, really, you probably want them all together. Cool, so everyone's on the same ideology now, so we're good there. Alright, it's got queued for them to haul all this out. Do we have a bunch of wood sticking around the map still? Yeah, we got it everywhere. Just has been hauled back. Alright, so we can reinstall you up here. Isn't limestone like the second weakest? It's pretty low. But I've got slate, limestone, and I've already forgotten the last one. And sandstone. So we're honestly sitting on some of the worst so far as defense. It's honestly one of those things when you're considering the weakest and strongest, while it does matter, like granite is really good, it's not insurmountably different. So like you look at sandstone, it's 420. But if we were to go over here to... so sandstone 420, if I go to put granite block, its health is 510. So it is like 25% more. It's not nothing. But it's also still only 25% more. Like, 25% is not an insignificant amount. But it's not another, like, night and day. There's also the factor to consider early on when you're building your base and you need time. Like, we're fine here. This is, like, right now I don't have this as an excuse. But sometimes you're arriving, you're like, I need to get a building down as quick as possible. I'm doing ice sheet, hypothermia is coming. And you grab some brick. The stuff like the sandstone builds significantly faster. It's also one of the reasons, like, I didn't get any mouth on this one building this out of wood. Usually when I start a run, I start building a bunch of stuff out of wood. People are always like, why are you doing that? Like, aren't you worried about fire? It's like, well, yeah, fire is a threat. But especially when you're doing your early run, and if you're dealing with limited options, it's just sometimes the correct decision to be like, no, I'm going to use wood so I can put this up right now, because it'll build way faster than it takes me to cut the brick, haul the chunk, cut the brick, and do that, and revert it later. Plus, in this run, I am doing random research, which means a lot of runs I just don't get stone cutting for a long time. This one we got stone cutting nice and early. I think it was like our second or third research. But that's the reason we don't have shelves or anything like that and no beds, is because random research hasn't blessed us with complex furniture yet. We're also running around in a lot of tribalware and that because we have not gotten complex clothing yet from RNG. Instead, what we've gotten is drugs. Lots of drugs. We got beer, we got Psychoid Brewing, we got Go Juice, and the best part is, on this map, unless I get a sun lamp, I can't grow hops or Psychoid. So... utterly useless at this point in the game. Random research seems so chaotic? It is. But that's kind of the fun with the random research. I made the mention, like, Pentioxylin in the game, this is amazing. Do not underestimate how incredibly powerful Pentioxylin. It will save runs for you. But a lot of people, because it's one of those things, it's a preventative. It doesn't do anything directly in itself. It prevents a bad thing from happening that may or may not happen at a bad time. So you tend not to go out of your way to choose it. So I've known it's good for a long time, but I would never pick it normally. But before I did the random research, I kind of noticed I would get into a pattern of being like, oh, I land on a map, beeline to electricity, go straight for the geothermal. When they added when they added the shelves, I'd always go out of my way for complex furniture. But the point was you'd have like your 3-4 researches that almost every single run you went for, unless it's a challenge run that then, one got a higher priority. But you had a certain pattern you followed. And I've made the comment a number of times that one of the reasons I don't do my 500% stuff or a, like, Naked Brutality that much anymore is because it kind of pushes you into doing min-max stuff of, like, what is the best research I could take right now? What is the best way I can do? Like, what room do I prioritize? Not to a level you have to, like, really, really isolate everything, but you have that pressure of always trying to approach things purely from a strategy standpoint, or you're making content. But with a random research, because it would take you in these weird directions, like, I can't tell you, like, I almost never build the windmills these days. Because sure, geothermal 6400, it's a hell of a lot of research. But realistically, to use the windmills and have them any good is you need the battery, and while that's way cheaper than that, if I'm worried about components and everything, which I haven't messed with this outside of Odyssey, it was pretty rare that I was willing to build the windmills and the batteries and all that to get electricity, because I'd rather just use fueled stuff until then, because it was so inconsistent having power. Let's build a second research bench. I have no reason not to be doing that. That way, if anyone finds themselves without something to do, they can help research. Starry needing help. Okay. You are willing to send someone my way for a Masterwork Great Bow, not worried about that, and an Incinerator. Now, an Incinerator can be a lot of fun for the memes. I feel like right now, that's a bad... Sorry. Right now, that's a bad call. Like, the Incinerator is a very effective thing, especially for groups. But man, that makes a mess. The Archite Capsule could be nice later, as well as the Plasteel. And the Goodwill's just easy to come by. I feel like we get this. Oh, none of the rooms unassigned? That's fine. So for right now... You're not here, so you get to deal with whatever. Cool. We're gonna end up needing more rooms. That's gonna be the other thing that's gonna get me. Is because we're building on all this mud. And that mud is gonna be just a grief causer. Alright, so what we're gonna end up doing is just... Oh yeah, I can make the heavy bridge now. Ion Titchy is in labor. They're not here right now, so that's gonna be... It's gonna be on someone else to figure that out for me. This will be really wasteful on the steel. But I can build steel out here to make that able to support stuff. How ridiculously much steel are we talking? It's gonna be bad, right? So it'd be what? 19 by 7? 1,400 steel to do that. You know what? Honestly, I'm okay with that. I probably shouldn't be, but I'm okay with it. Because then I can at least build this new area out of stone. And get that sorted. I will say that Heavy Bridge, in a lot of ways, does just kind of, Do we do basic Lost Tribe? Hey, Cardinal Zin, thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff. Torrential Rain, why did you bring the Torrential Rain with you? But how was your stream and all that stuff? I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. If we can get a shout out for Cardinal Zin, that would be excellent. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We started out with some crime scene cleaner, and then we switched over. Oh, the raid alert is adorable? Well, thank you. Some more Abiotic Factor. I hope you had a good time with your Abiotic Factor. That's just your body sweat? You've been hitting the gym? Gross. Tree sowing. Another one that doesn't work at all in Glowforest. So cool. Yeah, no, I've heard nothing but good things about Abiotic Factor. And this is a big thing for this run. I don't do the Dryads very often. Glowforest, those Dryads are very, very useful. Starvation on Starry. Why are you not... Okay, you're taking care of it. I mean, when you ship out, they'll be useful? Yes, but for right now, they're not going to do a whole lot. It's got a lot of content, Abiotic Factor is. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I've seen a little bit of it, and what I saw has all been solid. Who is our growing person? Right there. I want you to pull this up real quick. Now, I usually don't like to do the Garland seeds. It's a lot of labor for what doesn't necessarily feel like that much payout. But... Did you actually plant it? No. But in this particular case, you can't get herbal medicine and on these tiles without depending on trade. This is how you get it. So, who is going to be dealing with it? Probably Xerx. So Xerx is going to be dealing with this. But yeah, so you get food off of this. I generally find that not to be super useful. Yeah, so if you look at it, you can get a thing that hulls. That's honestly, for the labor, it's not worth it in my opinion. The bark skin, honestly, kind of the same thing. I don't think it's worth it. The claw and the bark skin do have some value as like defensive things. I haven't seen it work great. For some maps, using the woodmaker can be really nice, but in this one, the medicine maker is going to be very valuable because we will continuously get medicine off of it, which is a resource that we just can't easily get on this tile. Now, the downside of that is it is going to eat up a lot of Xerx's time. Like, it's something like 4 in-game hours or 5 in-game hours to maintain at 50%. Yeah, 4.4 hours per day to maintain at 50%. So if you consider what the waking hours of a person is, it's pretty awful. But, on the other hand, it actually gives a pretty good rate. Like, I'm willing to bet if you have a pawn and their only job is to grow heal root, I'm willing to bet you can get a pretty good throughput on the Dryad there versus just saying, like, grow a giant field of heal root. Because when you consider stuff like Blight and Cold Snap and all the other things that will get rid of your heal root crop and have it fail and have to get a new one, you know, and the time it takes to grow and yada yada, I do feel like in that particular case, you know, this might actually keep a relatively good pace to it. You just sent a bunch of kids with gutworms out to assault a abandoned camp because I'm out of food, and they're all hybrids. RimWorld's such a cursed game. And the monitor lizard population continues to grow. Things you hear when playing RimWorld? Yeah, no, RimWorld lets you do some pretty egregious stuff. Oh, we have the lantern party. All right, so let's go ahead and do our Sky Lantern party, because they're trying to get to the point where we can reform to become a darkest ideology. Because 1, we're in darkness forever. That'll be good. 2, we want to actually like mushrooms, because we're a mushroom-based colony. Well, look, man. Could you wait till after my lantern party? What are you throwing at me? 4 people with bows. I need you to finish. Beautiful. Okay, so one more idea, like one more point will do it. So you're Impids, right? Okay, so Draconic's got a legendary shield belt. That's going to do a lot for us. I'm trying to see if we got a really good defensive position we can use. I'm not seeing one. It is just going to be like standing behind random trees kind of deal. We're going to try and use a range advantage. I'm deliberately having you walk through the water. So when they breathe fire, you're already in the water. Yep, go walk in the water, it's fine. Yep, some minor burns. Just attack that one. You dropped your bow. I see. Broke both your hands. Nicely done. Okay, so you just got bruised up, right? A couple. You got cut in the heart by being hit with a bow. Yeah, no, with the lack of amount of damage you could throw at them, I felt pretty okay with just letting them run in and just start smacking. I think that was entirely reasonable. Right, and you are my only doctor here, so you're going to be treating yourself. As you do. That'll be begging for infection. Look, I think that's the only ones that can get infected. That massive penalty to manipulation is really killing those bandage times and standing in the dark. Are you otherwise? You are tired, you want recreation, you want sleep. You are in intense pain. You are hungry. Yeah, that sounds about right. And if we get this fire refilled, we can do another party, but we're definitely going to want to wait till Draconic's sorted. Starvation and Starry. You're going to need to go feed them. Mad Sparrow. Nicely done. Alright. Here's something to find you happy. You had a space battle drop many people on your tile. Went to rescue a Meander's high mate with your Sanguiphage. Another person dropped nearby, so went to coagulate them because you needed the blood bags. And the piece of shipwreck had dropped right onto the high mate. Yeah, it's just the one drop pod raid where it dropped on a baby, and it's like, come on, man. What is the counterplay you want me to have here? The baby can't get up and run away. Also, why bully the baby? Come on, man. Alright, so we got all that going. Slowly getting some floor down here so we can build some stone stuff on top of it. It's interesting to me that they eventually did add the heavy bridges. That was something that it seemed like they avoided because it always seemed like it'd be very, very, very strong in the game. And just having a higher material cost wasn't that big of a thing. But a lot of people grabbed that mod, the heavy bridges, or the bridges one where it gave you the heavy bridges because, you know, it was annoying to not be able to build there. But in a lot of ways, it does feel like that kind of really makes moisture pumps pretty useless. Like, I could see, you know, moisture pumps to make more of a growable area, but that's usually not that big a deal, because by the time you get to moisture pumps, you usually have hydroponics anyways. And you can usually figure out some kind of power, whether it's solar and batteries or something to keep the hydroponics running. Hey, Random, how's it going? And how long till our temporary workers get back? You know what I'm just realizing, chat? We never got the results of that childbirth. Clearly they're still alive, but we don't have the child listed there. I'm not sure what the outcome of that was, if that changed. Maybe I'm thinking the baby will come back with them. Oh, you know what I also just realized? That baby, because it's a Neanderthal and a baseliner, we have no idea what genes they're gonna have. So it might be a baby that has all sorts of negatives and no positives, that has all sorts of positives and no negatives, but has to eat a ridiculous amount. It could be anywhere in between. Alright, so we got goat juice, and of course, they were like, okay, well, we had to get chocolate. Alright, back to the drugs. Any of the useful stuff, complex clothing, furniture, passive cooler, pemmican, electricity, nope. Drugs. But we'll love it regardless. Oh yeah, no, even if I get one that's got, like, really unmanageable genes, anyone born in the colony stays in the colony no matter how terrible they end up being. Okay, so we've got tox grenades and melee. It says multiple angles. What do I ever heard of up here? Oh, it's capybara. And melee. So it's mostly melee and one set of tox grenades. Ooh, you're pretty close to the edge of the map. How are you? Okay, that's really not ideal. What I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna drop you all back to this door. I'm gonna have Draconic hang here. I'm hoping we can knock them before they push. What Raider's name to Tomb? Yeah, it's a default name they get. Okay, so that one's not too bad. Cassowary Revenge. You missed so badly that you pegged the cassowary so it can join the attack. Okay, it worked out. The one with the shotgun was like, hey, you done effed up. And took care of business. So rather than do anything useful, they decided to bully the monitor lizards. Okay. There was many things they could have done to help their odds of survival, and instead they decided to attack monitor lizards. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which is part of the reason I was like, yeah, we'll breed them. The monitor lizards hold their own, and if they die, then we get more leather. So, you know, that's cool. Oh yeah, no, exactly. Bait the attacks over to the monitor lizards and all that. So expanded area. We're going to set this... area... we'll leave it alone. I was going to sit there and tell the monitor lizards they couldn't be inside the building. It honestly doesn't seem like they really bring much filth in there. Growth moment on a Nate Gamer. I am happy considering how little education you've been getting that you're actually getting something worthwhile. So you got Iron Willed and Construction. I can work with that. And you can now Warden. And you now help with Construction. You might end up becoming Construction main in the long run. To be fair, they did hold their own. Yep. The monitor lizards actually do pretty okay. They're not like a particularly strong animal to fight, but they definitely do all right. Oh, Draconic's only now managing to get some more of the patching up. We ran out of meals because Draconics are cook, and they've been getting injured because, you know, melee life. I would like you to haul these corpses out of here before everyone starts having mood breaks. Low psychic drone, why not? Pile it on. Okay, so you're hypersensitive? No, that was the other one we were going to try. Right, you're not hypersensitive. Yeah, we had one that we were doing a naked brutality where we had a psychically hypersensitive person who's going to be our like leader or whatever. And the real danger there is you get those psychic drones and they're just so much worse on people with who are sensitive. Search for the case of Shroom. I do think for this run, thematically with what we're doing, we are going to make it an obligation that I recover the relics. Like, not immediately or whatever, but it will be on the to-do list of things I have to do. We still don't have the room yet for the... Like, I don't have the complex clothing for the throne room. And I do want to force myself to have to go through the bestowing rituals. Is there any advantage to psychically sensitive pawns? Oh, yeah. All of your psychic abilities are way better. The rate you can recover and use them again, that kind of stuff. The heat, whatever. If you're doing rituals, like the anomaly rituals, you get a massive bonus if your people have a higher sensitivity. So there are lots of advantages to the sensitivity. It's just all the psychic power kind of stuff is what you're getting there. Which makes sense. It's literally kind of on the tin. I wonder what the beauty is for the bridge. Okay, so the bridge has no beauty. So honestly, the metal bridge here, its beauty is the same as just a regular wood floor. So there's no reason for me to build a wood floor on that. Gonna go zone. I'm going to keep this outdoors. Is it kind of like having this little outdoors hallway for like the lantern parties and all that? Let's have Zerx refill this fire. Because that'll let me do the drum party, and if we get a single point, we can switch to the darkness ideology. And if we switch to the darkness ideology, we can like the mushroom instead of hating the mushroom. Then the darkness won't hurt us anymore. We'll just have to switch our skylant or all of our lights over to dark torches, which we can use mushrooms for. Oh yeah, no, if you don't have any of the DLC, then you don't have it. Alright, reform ideology. Heck yeah. Let's get this done. So if you go in here and go social, reform, memes, darkness, yes. Next. And then the one thing we're going to actually do is I'm going to go out of my way to be like, mushroom, where are you? Preferred. It's time. We can fully embrace the shroom. Alright, so now what we need to do, deconstruct and do not refuel all those torches. And then we can go to furniture. The fungus shroom mushrooms. Oh, I need the... Oh, the fungus mushrooms can only be put on the floor? Can I not? Oh, okay, I can't, there's no... there's no wall fungus thing, or there's no wall whatever. Those rooms are different sizes, chat. No, they're not. Why is that so different in my eyes? Because that means, for both the purposes of light and the purposes of food, we can just mushrooms. Yeah, so we're going to be switching all of our lights over to the mushroom torches. The only exception being the fire here, because there is no like dark light fire kind of thing. And then there's a lot of your rituals require benefit from having a fire lit there. But it also help because that means we'll be slowly eating away at the oldest mushrooms to like keep refueling those. Sensitivity increased heat for sidecasters with royalty. Ritual success rate with anomaly, and bonus from bonding with the high mate. You can do things with psychic sensitizers and drugs. Yeah, there's a lot of the thing. But it is basically you need to be into the psychic stuff. The psychic stuff is extremely strong. Like to be clear, it is good stuff. It's stuff I also just generally don't do a lot of. Psychite refining. Hey, pemmican. That's actually useful. Now, granted, at this stage, we are just making the fungus. The fungus among us. I was trying to remember if once we get the now that we've got it replaced, once we go and we eat the fungus, now we should get a mood bonus instead of a mood penalty. And I believe you get a better mood bonus if it's raw fungus versus cooked fungus. Because if that is the case, I could be in the weird situation where it actually makes sense for me to not cook the fungus. And then later on, we'll definitely want to get, like, either, not necessarily the nuclear stomach, but get one of the stomachs that give you immunity to food poisoning. And then just fully embrace the fungus life. And then when we get electricity, we can just do the dark lights. So eventually what I'm going to need to do is tell my animals to not run around in the building, because they do make a mess. The monitor lizards are pretty mild on the messes they make, but it's not nothing. I have one tile of wood to do in all those spots. That'll give us a little bit more bedroom space. Yeah, let's go ahead and get that zone set up. Because they can eat the grass. Could you imagine living off mushroom and fungus? No, you can't do that in real life. That's the whole thing. In real life, while mushrooms certainly have a lot of good stuff going for them, they don't remotely cover all your food groups. Manage. Animals. Okay, invert. Cool. Yeah, so if you look at that, basically we're letting the animals run around anywhere outside of there. So we're going to keep them outside of the building itself. Mushrooms efficient decomposers. You don't get a whole much nutrients in them. Mushrooms are mostly just an umami filler. Yeah. They're not like, don't get me wrong, you can get some stuff out of them, like nutrition wise, but they're not like a superfood like potatoes where you can technically mostly survive on them. And even the potatoes, it's kind of like you got to do a lot of hand waving with the potatoes about, you know, being able to survive exclusively or nearly exclusively on potatoes alone. The reality is eating just potatoes is going to have a real rough time on your gut. And while it does contain, like, iron and zinc and a bunch of other stuff, it's still just potatoes isn't enough either. It's kind of most time it sounds like, could you imagine just living off insert whatever? And there's very, very few foods that you can have, like, you can survive on some, like, individual things, but it's talking about you're barely able to get out of bed struggling kind of thing. Like, you have people who go on a diet that's almost exclusively meat, and that's how you get stuff like scurvy. But, you know, they really struggle because they're just not getting their vitamins and all that. We are omnivores, and we do require a range of things. Like, if you, like, vegetarian's fine. It's really hard to do, like, vegan. Like, proper vegan, if you're, like, actually genuinely getting no animal product. You usually have to have dietary supplements that basically are derived from animal product to give you those, Oh, it was like B57 active. There was one of them that you need for healthy liver function. It's kind of one of those things that you can go a long time without it, but eventually you do need it. Mushroom put a lot of effort into making more of itself. Whether it be hyphae, the spaghetti that makes up much of the mushroom type fungus, or basidiae, the actual mushroom. Yeah. Yeah, no, mushrooms are not a nutritionally dense thing. That said, if we were to try and rephrase this as being like, live exclusively on something with the texture of mushrooms, let's see, proteins are a tough part, often if you want to live off plant diet. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you're talking vegetarian, so like dairy and cheese and, well, I mean, that's still dairy. You know, stuff like dairy is still fine and stuff like that. That's not that hard. Like, there's still a lot, you have to be a lot more conscious about your nutrition. But when you're talking like proper vegan, where you're like literally no animal products, it's very difficult. Like that's when you're gonna want to sit and work with a nutritionist just to get that sorted. You can definitely do it short term without issues, but it's not an easy thing. And this isn't me being like, you know, veganism bad or whatever. It's just doing it short term, no problem. Doing it long term, it's much more difficult to manage that. You always reminded The Simpsons, don't eat anything that casts a shadow. Okay. I don't know this bit from The Simpsons, unfortunately. But yeah, because like I said, I remember something like B57 active or whatever is B27 active or something like that, that can only be found in animal products, and you can get passive. You know, like you get supplements that don't require animal product. But it was one of those things that you needed for healthy liver function, and in its absence, it'd take a couple of years for it to catch up to you, but your liver would be in real dire strait when it did catch up to you. Or even stuff like butter as well. Anything like that, and it was like you only needed trace amounts of it as well. Like you really needed a whole, like barely anyone. Basically a +1 on vegan. That reducing your trophic footprint can mean a lot to the environment. Oh yeah, no, but by means, living mostly vegan, all that, A+ to anyone who can pull that off, because like very genuinely, it's better for the planet, it's better for the environment, it's often better for your health. Like, you know, the amount of animal product and meat we eat, and this is inclusive of myself, is way more than you need. There's a whole list of vitamins only found in meat products. Yeah. Vegan doesn't work without supplements. You tried it for a year and markedly more tired until supplementing. And then you notice one of them was made from animals, just went back to vegetarian. Well, yeah, that's kind of where I was getting at. And there could be multiple, because I'm not an expert in this. But I do remember I had a family member who was trying really hard to go proper vegan. And it was just kind of one of those things that he just couldn't find certain things that he needed without having something derived from animal product, and eventually it was a frustration where it's like, yeah. And he had a nutritionist he worked with, and the nutritionist like, yeah, this is the reality. Like, if you want to be healthy, this is the reality. It's like vegetarian you can do, vegan like proper true vegan. You can do it in stints, but you can't really do it long term without having serious health compromises. Alright, so we got our Pyromaniac, who is luckily on the far end of anything, so they can just burn what they want. Because you're an omnivore in a house with 3 chefs, you won't say you can't win, but we eat a lot of veggie curries and all that. Yeah, no, eating a lot more veggie food. Like, if you look, like, for example, Chinese food is a perfect example here in the US. If you look at, like, actual Chinese food, it's not that they don't eat meat or anything like that, but it has a much higher presence of stuff like rices and veggies and all that kind of stuff. Or if you go to like your typical Chinese place here in the US, you get like a styrofoam tray that's like 2/3 meat, 1/6 rice, and then maybe you get some type of vegetable in there. You only heard 3 chefs with glowing envious eyes. Yep. Let's see, notice the more veggies you eat, the more you crave. Why are you on fire, Ornate? It's really simple. It's really simple, friend. Don't walk in the fire. It's easy. You see the fire? Don't be in that specific spot. Any more dangerous animals? Just the one? Okay, get out of here. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff. Like, you'll find if you really cut back on the sweets you eat, over time you'll desire less sweets. The more spicy food you eat, the more spicy food you desire. So a lot of it is willfully trying to get your thing in. The problem is a lot of people, when they go, I want to eat healthy, they go, I'm going to get a garden salad, I'm going to get a wedge salad, I'm going to get a garden salad, food sucks, I hate life. And then, like, trying to eat healthy. And this is, again, I'm not a beacon of eating healthy. But the times I've done well, it's like kind of going out of your way to be like, yeah, I'm going to get this wrap. I'm going to get this. And you do find as you change your eating habits, it gets easier. You know you hit spicy food when you have a hot sauce person? Yep. I don't have a hot sauce person. I have a hot sauce stockpile. You know a guy who makes great hot sauce? I used to. Like, I know where I can get hot sauces that are like I know a place I can get a whole range of hot sauces if I want in a pinch. I usually don't have to because people know I like spicy food, so they constantly give me spicy food. Well, spices, like sauces. Like, genuinely, I've got hot sauces with, we're going by the expiration date, should be in the garbage by a lot. It's also basically, most hot sauces are very heavily vinegar derived. So, they last a lot longer than their printed expiration date. Not that I've never opened a bottle of hot sauce and gone, I don't know about this one. I think this one goes in the garbage. It's smelling a little not right here. Yeah, no, when my schedule was different and I used to wake up earlier, there was a farmer's market that I could get hot sauce if I needed. You avoid spicy mostly because it burns away out? Yeah, no, I mean, if you've got digestive problems and all that. There's also certain, like, amounts of spicy. I enjoy spicy. Habanero's, like, my favorite flavor. But I don't do stuff like Carolina Reaper or anything like that. That most of the time, it's just utterly murders your gut. Like, outside of, like, light seasoning. That's fine. But if you're sitting there like having stuff that's like a proper Carolina Reaper sauce and you're using it constantly, it can be a bad time. All right, so we did get the tailoring bench. So that's good news. Let's get that built. Oh right, that area up there can't support it, which is why I expanded this room because we got this area up here that can't support heavier weight. So what we're gonna do with that is now we're getting that tailoring bench. Ignore the tribal wear. Montreal is a huge foodie capital. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of places that you like. Honestly, a lot of the big cities, you can get some really, really solid food options. For Central Florida, the big one's Orlando. Orlando has a crap ton of food presence. You go to Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon has a lot of food presence there as well. Spicy hot Cheetos are your weakness? I enjoy those. I haven't had those in forever. I almost never get Cheetos. Your partner's from Portland? Oh yeah. After eating Carolina Reaper jerky, you've blown your palate and set the bar high. Fast food spicy is just a mild burn, which is meant for consumerism spicy rather than foodie spicy. Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like, that's actually, when I go to a fast food place and you're like, oh wait, this actually has spice, it's almost kind of a, you know, you just kind of take a moment and you're like, wait a second, this actually tastes like it's got something going on. Because the vast majority of the time you get fast food spicy and you're like, I detect a little pepper. Someone discovered the tiniest sprinkling of cayenne. I like the capes. Are they strategically good? No. But, hear me out, fashion. The world could use more capes. Alright. And give me a moment to just get all of our clothing queued up. So basically, I'm getting pants and shirts and all that kind of stuff for both kids and adults. And we are doing that to, I have them set to only count it if it's at least 80% or higher. That way, if, you know, someone chucks one on the floor, it doesn't count. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing something. We got the pants, shirts, and parkas for the children. We got the hats. We got the masks. We've got pants, shirt, and capes for the adults. I think that's everything. That's probably fine. Alright. You thought you had a tolerance for spicy until you got cocky in Backwater Indian Palace in place in Britain? Oh yeah. You're always disappointed by bat food spicy. Ghost pepper burger? The buffalo sauce on your nuggets were hotter. Oh yeah. Yeah. You're at the point where Shin Samna is no longer register spicy. Yeah, it is a thing that you can desensitize your tongue and all that to spicy food over time, so you have to keep going spicier and spicier to get the same thing. That's also true for bitter. So if you're someone who likes a bitter taste, and this is something I did to myself probably in my like mid-20s to late 20s before just, you know, me and Toom started dating and then got married and all that. I just wasn't going out to the same places, so I didn't run into as much, so now my palate is nowhere near as tolerant to bitter. But you'll get like those bitter beers. You'll get just like a mildly bitter beer. and you know, you desensitize yourself to that bitter taste, and you're like, well, I want the bitter taste, so you keep going a little more bitter and a little bit more bitter until you're drinking stuff like Hop-pocalypse and all that kind of stuff. And you'll know when you haven't done it for a while and your tongue loses that or like regains that sensitivity, where you'll go back to a beer you used to drink and you'll have a sip and you'll go, oh, it's so bitter. It's like, how did I drink this? Used to watching Chili Claus, a Danish chili lover, who would invite random celebrities to try various of the strongest chilies. You'd watch how many of them were near death from those chilies. Oh yeah, no, there's chilies that, like, if you just straight up eat the chili, you know, you can sit there and do like the whole haha, I'm so tough, I can eat the spicy food. You know, once you hit a level of like self-confidence that you don't feel a need to do that anymore. It's much better for life. But you eat those, you're like, no, this can actually like seriously mess you up. Like even stuff that's as mild as habanero, if you're just eating raw habanero, it'll screw your gut up. You know, I'm talking like just eating the pepper. I'm not talking like you cut one up and you put it in salsa or whatever. You get the idea. So just like straight up eating ghost pepper or eating Carolina Reapers or habanero or any of those really hot peppers and all those will screw your gut up pretty bad. Now, if you're making hot sauce with those, or you're seasoning with those, or you're doing something like salsa where it's got bits of it in there, that's fine. Like you can get ridiculously spicy to an inedible level without doing that. But just straight up eating stuff that high in the Scoville scale is not good for your stomach. It's a literally have Paramix stand by on the levels spicy. Yeah. Your hot sauce buddy found a criminal combo, Carolina Reaper and honey. The honey binds to the hot, but your saliva melts those binds slowly. Yeah. Yeah, you can't imagine certain... Well, no, because it's very genuinely, there's a lot of that stuff. It's one of the reasons why you'll have, again, it used to be a thing, I can't say it's the same thing. When I used to go to like a lot of wing places, it was kind of the conventional wisdom that if you look on the scale of like all their different spice, you have like your mild, your medium, your hot, your atomic, or whatever they have for their names. Insert your local place. That you can almost go, it's like this, you lose like mild, you lose a lot of flavor because they had to make it mild. Medium, you lose a little bit of flavor because they had to tone it down. Hot is usually around the point where it's like you're getting like the peak flavor of the spice is the consequence of it. And then whatever their highest one was, that's when they stopped caring about the flavor and they flipped that spice lever all the way over to the right, where it stops being a sauce and it starts becoming a paste. And it was just kind of one of those things that it was always like, what is their scale? Go about 3/4 the way up, and that's usually somewhere around there is what they're actually aiming for on the flavor profile. That they haven't gone to that, we're trying to make it spicy for the sake of spicy. Because I remember that was always a thing you'd run into, where you'd get to places where it's not even like the spicy ruins the flavor, it's you would eat it, the spicy hasn't kicked in, you'd be like, this isn't as good. And then the spice takes over and you can't taste anything at that scale. And then when the spice can overtake, that's a whole thing. But there's definitely, especially with like wing places, there's the whole like, hey, manly man, I can eat the spicy food, look how tough I am. And you're like, come on, man. I just want the ones that taste good. And I've had places where you go all the way to the highest one, and I've had it where you're sweating buckets, but it tastes good. But it's a whole thing. That's usually when I'm at a place and it's my first time there, I'll usually go like whatever, like 1 or 2 ticks below their highest temperature, depending on how many flavors are. If there's like 3 or 4 flavors, if there's only 3, I'll probably go for the hottest. If it's like 4, I'll go 1 below the hottest. If they've got like the 9 or 10, I'll go like 2 below the hottest. Yeah, you once ordered wings that you couldn't eat. They were so hot, they were inedible. Only happened once. Yeah, no, that was, I know there was a wing place near us that used to, actually, yeah, no, I don't think they're around anymore. they used to have like their hottest flavor, they would add a surcharge for handling it. Because, you know, I can't remember what pepper it was. But it was like, yeah, this is just hot for the sake of hot. We're going to charge you an extra 10-20% because our poor staff having to deal with this. And it's one that mostly the people ordering it were teenagers who are like, look how tough I am, or, you know, young 20 that, you know, dude bro young 20s are like, hey man, I bet you I'm tougher than you, I can eat the hot wing. Then we're gonna go do some CrossFit. By the way, did you hear? I got my forklift certification. Gotta tell you, it's just the rules. You posted a spicy-related meme on Discord. I'll catch it right after the break. We're about to hit an ad break, and I need to stretch my legs. I'm out of beverage, so I'm gonna go ahead and get myself a drink. Quickly sneak in a little bit of my food while we're on the break and all that, and I'll be right back. But then I'll check out that meme. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes while we're on this ad break. And thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be right back. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here. Then if I could have someone clip us collecting the last collectible, that'll be for first dare drop. So I have the one dare drop that's just running around. Okay. And I got an achievement for that. The museum needs our help. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And what is that? What is that? Hang on. What is that nightmare? Like, the helicopter didn't bring that much. No, I get that's from the trap, but it's the sheer number that's like, what? What? You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. That's one of the things that irks me. And we're back. Sorry about that. I was sneaking in my dinner, and mouth is mildly on fire because I went generous on the habanero hot sauce since we were talking about it, and it sounded good. All right, we got a mad cassowary. The moment we unpaused. Okay. Oh, who did I have that's 15 shooting already? We just wrapping up the first year of the game and all that. Oh, Zerx and Raven have ridiculous shooting. Alright, never mind. Because usually like 15, 16, 17 shooting is about where you expect to be at endgame. It's pretty hard to get to like 20 shooting without like really leaning on pushing for it. Literally all the drugs. Literally all the drugs. No, actually literally all the drugs. Not even pretend all the drugs. Literally all the drugs. Complex furniture? Nah. Electricity? I think not. All of the drugs, period? That's the one. Okay. In the meantime, we could go ahead and set up a hospital. Well, we can't because we can't make beds. Never mind. We'll just worry about that when we have beds. So honestly, we're waiting for other people to get back. We're waiting on research. So our shuttle... Oh, that's not the... That'll be the guest. Okay, so 3 days, we get our people back. Because they knew how to bribe me. They offered me a legendary shield belt before I can handle any kind of armor whatsoever. And that is certainly something I wasn't going to say no to. You don't have recreation on your schedule for some reason. And how are our moods looking now? You still have the debuff from 8 cooked fungus. You shouldn't be getting that penalty anymore. Wait. Yeah, no, fungus preferred. Yeah, okay, so it's +3 for 8 cooked fungus. It's weird that that's not going. We got ourselves a map. I believe that'll qualify as a book for purposes of Ornate's learning, so that's good news. We might actually get a good learning for this last cycle. And we're now officially getting our herbal medicine out of the dryads. So at this stage, we should be able to sustain at least tribal medicine until we get to the point of taking the ship out of here, at which point then we lose the dryad. Oh, to make the drug lab, I need components. I've been holding off mining that because I didn't have a use for components, so they were just going to rot over there. Are you... Draconic, are you turning down the queen? I know you're already in a relationship, but you know, it's the queen. Okay, so we're getting attacked from multiple angles. All ranged up here. There's 3 of them. And there's 1 down there. Does that attacks immediately, or are they going to prepare? They're going to prepare, so we're going to go down here. We're going to murder the crap out of the one down here real fast. Why have your queen when you can have your princess? Gross. That's sweet. How dare you be sweet in my presence. Alright, well that didn't take long. You're learning too much from Tomb. Oh no, like, very genuinely, we're very open about, like, affection and all that. Okay. Alright, now we're actually landing a couple of hits. Weren't you careful shooter? Someone was careful shooter here. Might have been one of the ones that left to do the working thing. Okay, we've literally hit every single one of them. And now we've hit every single one of them at least twice. Honestly, having these bolt actions and being able to sit back with impunity feels like I'm bullying. And you're getting one more shot off. And you did it. All of them downed. That was that sniper rifle with the extra accuracy and faster aim time in the last one. With Kravik just standing back... Or no, it's Krask. Just standing back there, just popping off shot after shot after shot at anything that showed up. It's like, this doesn't feel okay. Just utterly destroying mechs with just impunity because they weren't reacting to the threat. I guess I could just keep breeding the monitor lizards until we hit a point that they start eating a lot of the grass around the base. Alright, the shuttle has arrived for Starry. And there's the plasteel and all that. I don't really need either of these things particularly much. It was just an easy to knock out quest. If it doesn't melee pawns, that when you get a mech raid, you just sit and wait them and have them mob the centipedes. Yeah, it's kind of funny that with some of the new stuff we've got, like hitting a lot of those bases, very genuinely just having a bunch of people with shield belts and melee, doesn't even seem like that bad of a strategy. Because, like, the sentry guns, a good shield belt, just run up and give it a thwack. You're fine. So the pigskin we'll get rid of. Get rid of those ones. The light leather we'll keep. But these ones will get out of here. The meat will get out of here. Because we do raw fungus. Honestly, that Archite capsule is probably something I should be just getting rid of. But we'll tackle that when we get there. Oh, right, I don't need to be making hats. We've got helmets. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's probably fine. We'll give you a couple... That's perfect. Is there something I want to give you to do this? We can go ahead and give you those. The Archite capsule, if we do get access to that, it's going to be way later in the game. I'm going to go ahead and take the standings just to get rid of this. And for this, let's give you like 2,600. We will spread the mushroom. You shall know the mushy mush. The mushroom giveth. The mush provides. Okay, so expanded the mushroom farm just a little. Oh, it's a little pocket with more components behind it. That's cool. Because weirdly with a bulk trade good, I can actually throw mushrooms at them. And that gave me almost 45 standings, and about 30 of that was just mushrooms. It was thousands of mushrooms, but you know, mushrooms nonetheless. Yo, dog, I heard you like components. Yeah, the thing is they don't really need that much. We're going to let them cut this one, and then we're going to cancel these other two. Because I don't want to just stack components. Of course you'd give one. That's fine. Ghost-faced iguanas. So 6 manhunting iguanas would attack us. We can get some goodwill. We can get a map I probably can't use very easily. 6 manhunting iguanas. I'll do it for the brain wiring. 10 hours after. Schedule. Go back to the home zone for right now. Because we can use that, potentially get ourselves some really good bionics later. Yeah, because I like what is it, the circadian assistant thing? So not the one that like shuts off half the brain and nerfs your consciousness, but the one that has no penalty. You just get like 25% less sleep required or whatever it is, or 25% faster recovery. I don't remember exactly what it is. Because honestly, getting that is really strong. A lot of those bionics, even though they're like little incremental 15-20% buffs, a lot of them can be really, really good. Alright, so here's the Manhunter pack of iguanas. Let's go position ourselves where the mud will be between us. That should slow them down. Is that all of them? And the Cobra's nowhere nearby. Alright. And pods arrived with the tech print. Okay. Now I do have the 2 fennec foxes running around. I did mark those to be hunted so that Zerks will go after them or someone will go after them. Doesn't matter who. Because they can hunt Ornate Gamer. There's also the Cobra I should probably get rid of at some point. Same reason. Just gonna take time. Yeah, so get the Wake Up production unlocked. And then honestly, literally everything else except the Cocoa and the Devil Strand would be potential wins. Because the Cocoa I can't grow here and the Devil Strand I can't grow here. Now without like the Sun Lamp and a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, we do find ourselves getting a lot of electricity options like the geothermals and all that. I could potentially see wiring up a bunch of geothermals. Colonists returned and we got our brand new baby in the colony, who is a hybrid. They have a 150% hunger rate. Ow. Ow. That's all I gotta say. So they are robust, heat tolerant, strong immunity, slow study, and poor intellectual. With reduced pain. Alright, that is gonna be a pretty rough one, I'm not gonna lie. Feeding urgent on everyone. Except, don't worry about mom doing it. We got baby food. Let's get it to use. Baby needs to be living on the mushy mush as fast as possible. So, if anyone wants to be the baby, here we go. Rongor, congratulations, you hunger. That is a rough one. That is a really rough one. Basically what we're going to need to do here is as soon as we get biotech, we're going to need to shove some negatives in there. Because you are going to be eating all the time. Wake Up production and noble apparel. Nah, so that's they've got a -4 penalty on research and a slower learning rate. This is a rough one. You got some of the stuff from the Neanderthal. You keep having these little pockets of revealed spots that have nothing of interest in them. You're looking at the Neanderthal. Yeah, you basically missed out on the poor shooting and the poor social and the aggressive negatives. And the slow runner. You pretty much missed out on all of the negatives except poor intellect and study. Looks like a melee pawn. I mean, honestly, not too bad of a melee pawn. Robust. I mean, actually, they have nothing that's particularly melee or ranged at this stage. They're robust, which is solid. I actually have more people who can do melee than I really need. But we'll get there. We'll figure it out. It could also be one that if we get one of the stomachs that reduces hunger that we can trade for, we might trade for that to try and mitigate that 150% hunger rate. Because that'd be another mitigation strategy. Get one of the stomachs that takes like 25% off your hunger rate or whatever to try and equalize it. All right. We got a warg up there. Not a huge fan of that. In the meantime, we got... Oh no, it's fine. Let anyone who's got time be allowed to deal with it. It does make me wonder with your colony, like, if you went a number of generations, so you weren't using biotech to modify things, but you were just letting your people hook up, have kids who then, you know, the different kids would hook up with each other because it'd be different parents and all that, and you just went a number of generations that kind of way, like how unmanageable you could get pawns so far as the random positives and negatives, like completely no, what's the word, not consistency working away. So we got noble apparel and plate armor. Well, we've got noble apparel. This is probably a thing we shouldn't be doing, but we're gonna go ahead and give ourselves a formal shirt. Now you gotta remember, so formal shirt, you are what layer? So the formal shirt should be the same layer as the shirt. So your layer is skin. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well. Never. Love. Alright, so we got that. The formal vest is the middle layer. And then the outer layer is the cape. And then we could switch the hat to something fancier, which will do the berets. So, which I actually don't need the berets because we have helmets. So let's go ahead and get those out of here. So is this an efficient use of resources? No, this is terrible. But I figure what the heck. So button-down shirt is gone. Cool. And the issue you run into with these, they use a lot more materials. They take a lot longer to make. So they're definitely not efficient. But hey, you know what? We'll just keep letting the lizard population grow. Inbred, you can't do that in the RimWorld. You have to mod. That's not a mechanic RimWorld offers. And yes, I know technically there's a way you can sort of force it that the trait does exist. But generally speaking, it's not a thing you could do. Like, if I take siblings and I say, hey, romance, it'll be like can't related. Space drone hack. The only inbred we do here is raising our bread. Exactly. Really, you didn't know that was a thing? Yeah, generally speaking, a lot of that kind of stuff, it stays away. In regards to Steam conversation, the meme. Let's see, you said your pad thai wasn't spicy enough last time, so please make it extra spicy. This was your receipt. And it's just spicy on there like 20 times, and it has a note, make him regret being born. Excellent. The proper amount of spicy. Not really, that's too spicy. And we just keep getting more and more monitor lizards. Yeah, the only problem with a multi-generational run is just the time. As a content creator, it can be really rough. Like, there are games you can do that. Like, there's entire things for... Okay, you're a child. Oh, you're being held captive. Sorry. But, like, you know, you can do, like, the Sims runs where people do generational runs and all that. And there is a draw for that. But RimWorld, the time it takes to get a kid from being born to the time that they can have kids of their own is pretty significant. Because it's what? I think it's 4 years. They gain 4 years of age to every year in game. Up to 18, I think it is. So you're talking 4.5 years from the moment the kid's born till they can have kids of their own. And so to get that next generation, they have to be 17. I thought they had to be 18. We fished up Silo Cap, which is readily available on the map. Alright, sure. I guess it'd be a rare catch. You can see it being boring. Could you work it into multiple runs? Like, if you start a new run, utilize the previous saves? You can. You can do stuff to copy the pawns from the previous save, either using mods or save file editing. It wouldn't be a thing I'd do, though. Like, a big part of your characters is just watching them develop. It's a cool idea, like, and it could be a fun thing if you're someone who's, like, just running the game kind of as a background thing to do. I think a multi-generation run could be fun. But genuinely in RimWorld, even for as slow of runs as I tend to do, that's going too slow. Like, I do a challenge once in a while called the Adam and Eve challenge, where I start with 2 pawns and everyone must be their children. Like, that's the only way you're allowed to grow your colony. And even that one is a real slow burn, because they can't really do a lot of things till they hit 13, which that alone is a little over 3 years in game, you know, for your first kid to get old enough. And even then, that's not even going if they were to go and try and have children after that. You'd have to go through that whole wait a second time. Alright, so we got plate armor and then Coco. I'm going to hold off on the plate armor. Plate armor is good and bad. It's very, very solid on the defense side of things, but it also really badly penalizes mobility. So it could be a pretty significant impact. Let me check what it was. Yeah, so the plate armor, it is a minus 0.8 movement speed. And if we look at just one of our random pawns, just making sure it wasn't like a jog or anything. If we look at our movement speed, it should be up here. Yeah, so it would drop our movement speed by a bit over 25%. So your colony, a third of it's made up from one couple and 4 of their kids. Yeah, no, you can get there. Absolutely. But for a run like that, even like if we consider, so that run I was doing was ridiculously long. The all endings one I did, that run was like 20 years in the making so far as the in-game time. That was a abnormally long run, and part of what made it work is because it kept moving the ship around and doing stuff, it could keep it interesting. But with the kids unable to do stuff, you get into a situation where you kind of have your handful of adults and just wait. After the third one, you like stop. acting like bunnies? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, your colonists they'll churn out some children real quick. You end up needing to intervene. Babysitting? Yup. Oh, we should have plenty of wood still. No, we have finally run ourselves out of wood. Alright. And by that I mean it was out there probably just all rotted. Because we had thousands sitting out there. You always said couples to avoid pregnancy? Yeah, no, if you don't, they do have kids at a pretty rapid rate. You got a warg out and about. It's up there. We got the cobra out and about. It's right next to the warg. I believe the capybara give us light leather. Because I am going to send our person who can do that out hunting now. We're just going to go knocking the population down. And that's partly because I really need the fabric to keep the clothes coming in, as well as get more beds made. And partly because just to get them working on more stuff. Right now, they've been focused on cutting that, growing their stuff, and then fishing in their spare time. And that's okay. They got plenty of silo cap coming along. Oh, I forgot. I have to maintain their tameness. I forgot they added that. Because it used to be you tamed them and they were done. That's okay. I'm going to keep letting Conrite work on that. Because that'll be good later if we get the chance to go for like an Alpha Thrumbo or something. Give us the best chances of winning that roll. Yeah, because it was pen animals, you don't really need to maintain their tameness. You just put them in a pen and you're good, so you can just have like a field of alpaca. And orders. Keep allowing. Yeah, get people running around collecting all the silo cap. Because we had spare time, so just go harvest it all. It does make me wonder when they're born, do they start tame and then they slowly go wild? I'm guessing. Because that'd be my guess, because they started wild, you just wouldn't get them. Coco, Royal Apparel. Cool. Well, we're getting the last of the research that isn't electricity and complex furniture. You had a turtle joy and then due to lack of further trading reverted to the wild. Yep, it happens. What I'll probably need to do to keep this from getting too unmanageable is I probably will need to... I was going to let them just kind of keep blowing up the population. it probably will be a thing that I am going to keep them locked in a certain population. Let's plan for it to be, right now, we'll lock it at 20. Still a tame name, though. So you just went and tamed it again? Yeah. Yep, it happens. I've had a number of times where I had animals and the tamer, like the person who could handle them, died, and just watched them all go wild one by one. Usually once I realize they're going to do that, I'll just start slaughtering them to get all the meat and the leather out of it, since, you know, you can't keep them at that stage. They're just gone. Alright, we got a raid. They're attacking immediately. 1 grenade, 1 Molotov, and a whole lot of knives. Get into position as fast as you can. Shoot that guy. Okay. And they once again are bullying the monitor lizards. What do you got? You got just clothing. That's fine. We're not going to go out of our way for it. So you didn't have much in the way of weapons we wanted. The only one that took some hits is you got... Ooh, you got a bad neck cut. Let's get a doctor in there real fast. Okay, you're already on it. Go haul that big old stack of medicine home. Alright. You got that cobra up there still. That's fine. Yeah, so I got people hunting a little bit. But it would be nice to actually have a dedicated person for hunting and fishing whenever I need it. And Ian Tichy, are you one who's got... Yeah, you're both my potential researchers. Alright, so I got your royal apparel, so we'll be able to get a crown and everything. And I'm hoping after this we get the complex furniture. And not the Devil Strand. The Devil Strand is the only one I don't want because I can't use it. And... Devil Strand! Who is surprised about that? Nobody. Nobody is surprised about that. Alright, well, okay. So we will add the prestige robe. To go after the cape. Is there anything else I specifically want? Yeah, because prestige robe is, I think, the only big one there. Devil Strand is a mushroom? I don't think you can grow it in the dark, though. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it requires light. Light requirement, 51%. Versus our light here is 50%. So, you just barely can't grow it. Right, we can get a crown. Bills add... We can do a coronet. So plus 20 social impact or a crown. Plus 20% social impact. It doesn't really matter. They don't offer better protection. Well, actually, one offers slightly higher slave suppression, but I don't care because I'm not taking those. So coronets it are. Don't make those out of plasteel or obsidian. The others are fine. Uranium, gold, or silver. Because I don't get the royal apparel going. Because Rev and Toad will want that after a while. Nicely done. Cobra sorted. It's one less thing to worry about. And the warg is still doing work things way up there in the top right because there's all the boar and everything for it to attack. Yeah, and I believe in darkness that Nutrifungus is literally the only thing you can grow. That if you want something else, you gotta get the sunlight. Or the sun lamp, or whatever it's called. The murders your entire power grid light. Which if we get geothermal, I'm willing to put down, or just shove down a geothermal. Muscle parasites on a whole lot of people. A whole lot of people about to have themselves a real fine day. And those are going to take a long time to get rid of. Because we do not have particularly good doctors. I say as we immediately land to 70% tend. Alright, so we got a bunch more steel. We got to be careful about how much of the steel we gobble up, because we will still want to build the ship once we get electricity sorted out. So you got a wild boar. Okay. We got components up there. We got our medical treatment to do for our various muscle parasites everywhere. Okay. Now, is Illy set to prioritize cleaning then? Yeah, so Illy cleans then hauls. So it should be able to keep everything handled at the home front. But a trade caravan would be nice. And then once we get the complex furniture, I also want to set up a hospital so we can start hopefully getting a bit better tens and all that to mitigate stuff like the muscle parasites. Might also be a thing where I'll probably need to get a second cook. Because I keep noticing I'm seeing stuff that should be getting butchered, not getting butchered. Yeah, so we're still getting complaints about the 8 cooked fungus, which we ran into this before, that we changed our ideology, but it's still treating it as if they don't have it. We're getting the mood penalty as if we don't have the fungus thing in our ideology, which shouldn't be what it's doing. Alright, complex furniture. Now, I'm pretty sure this doesn't work at all. We also haven't tested. Let's just go right down here. And say Devil Strand. I expect that just to die and not grow. Because the minimum's 51%, we're at 50. If that's the case, we'll just delete the zone and be done with it. Yeah, so that's the same thing we ran into. So it's labeling that fungus despised belief the Mushroom Empire, which we did change, because if we look at the Mushroom Empire, they do have down here fungus preferred, +3. So it's not taking effect. So let's do an experiment here where we unload the game and we reload the game and see if this is a thing, because we ran into this in our last run where we were transhumanist. And so everyone got the +3 from being, you know, having all the implants and all that. And then I got rid of transhumanist, and they kept that buff for the rest of the game. It never went away. So I'm thinking they might have another bug here where you change your ideology and it's not clearing it out. Because we did that where we reload the save, and it still seemed to have that with the transhumanist one. Definitely feels like another thing that should get fixed, because, you know, one would hope if you're like, alright, well, I'm going to take on this ideology because I get this negative mood buff that's causing me pain. Let me fix that. It's not marked for being from your ideology now? Yeah, we'll give it a minute to see if it drops off and we get... Yeah, okay. So reloading. Yeah, so it looks like that's just a thing you're going to have to do for the time being, is if you change the things your ideology likes and dislikes, you might have to reload your save for those changes to take effect. There's been a lot of, like, really weird, subtle bugs that have come up that I didn't really run into before Odyssey, which makes sense, it's a major change. It's just some of the ones that are a bit surprising, like, you know, having the Arco Nexus thing was like really, really bugged. And I'm assuming what happened with that is they probably made changes on what counts and does not count as lost colonists for purposes of the grav ship leaving places and arriving. And I'm willing to bet the Arco Nexus having the thing where it treats everyone, including the people you bring with you, as lost is a bug as a side effect of that. They fixed the royalty thing. That's working now, because the bestowing ceremony just wasn't working at all in the unstable branch. Like, the shuttle wouldn't show up. And then we got some of this other stuff. So it's been a handful of weird stuff going on. Alright, complex furniture, and now we're getting the harp. That's fine by me. Okay, so cancel this. Cancel those. Slow down time. Furniture. We could do like a whole bunch of stuff with the wood. So start letting them build that room. Well, those rooms. And it'll slowly convert our people from using the sleeping bags over to actual furniture. And then we'll get our storage room to actually have storage room stuff in it, and you get the idea where this is going. Alright. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of the explosives and all that. I see that you are not going to have much that I want, unfortunately. So take your medicine. I'm going to hold on to the map. I think they'll still read it, even though it doesn't have anything left for them. But, you know, give them just a little bit of the drugs. Now train him again. Say, what if I just hurtle drugs at you in a big old pile? Yeah, so these should not grow. Yeah, so you see they're sitting here, growth rate 0%, needs 51% light. Yeah, so they're literally not growing, so they'll just die there. Pretty much what I figured. But I hadn't actually attempted it. Because if I get Devil Strand actually makes relatively good equipment. Like Devil Strand pants are actually not bad at all. Yeah, so we no longer have the penalty. Indoor light. So you're getting mad about the indoor lights here and here. Can you add light to make them grow? No. I mean, yes. Not this kind of light. If we look at the lights around here, it'll still be 50%. The light you have to use, I don't have it because of electricity, but the light you have to use like the really big sunlight that takes like 2,300 watts of power to run. The really big sunlight will work, but then you're just making a grow zone, which is fine. Okay, so let's start making a throne room. So let's just pretend for a moment we are going to need to make the maximum size throne room. So Archon, so it needs to be 80 tiles. So we'll go structure. Here, we can plan out this way. So that would be 81 there. But that would be the internal space. That's 84. So we can do here is structure, sandstone. You need to heavy bridge this corner. Because then we'll start getting the throne room we need to set up for the titles. Okay, we got the first of the rooms here, so we're going to deconstruct that bed. And deconstruct that bed. And deconstruct that bed. You want to kick them over to the actual bedrooms. And I'll slowly rotate it out. And get that all sorted. Can't you upgrade the beds? Oh, can you do the upgrade in place? It's been one of those things that, like, they added that. And I'm not used to having, like, the mods or anything for that. You can. So set that for 3 so they get kicked out of the bed and they immediately go to one of the other beds. Alright. We'll slowly get those ones knocked out and all that. Megumis monitor lizards. I don't really need more colonists right now. And that's a lot of monitor lizards. 27 monitor lizards. Come on, man. Like, if we had more information, it's like, oh yeah, there's going to be a nimble brawler or a, you know, a very neurotic, industrious pawn or whatever, you know, like something you're like, all right, hang on, let's talk. But just being like, yeah, they're generally kind of goodish at construction. Like, nah, man, I don't know what you got going on here. You know, you can be volatile, misogynist, and a whole bunch of other garbage. All right, we got Harp, Penioxylin. So I can go to Recreation. Oh, wait, it's the Smithy, that's right. Smithy, if I can have you make a harp. If I make you wear the crown, will that do anything for you? No, not yet. It's fine. You're wearing the crown anyway. So assignments, manage apparel, anything, copy this, rename, royalty. Headgear, get this all out of here, unless it is... Yeah, so you'll wear prestige stuff. But where's the crown at? Oh, noble apparel has its own thing. Okay, that's fine. So then we're going to assign you to royalty and clear the forest. Because then we're going to keep working on that. Something that'll need to happen here. Colonist needs a rescue. Why? Oh, muscle parasites plus food poisoning. Yeah, that'll do it. We got a trade caravan approaching. So one of the things we can do now is we can back off the hunting. A lot of that is doing for the light leather. So you can go back to fishing. We should get the lizard leather or whatever it's called occasionally from the other stuff. Alright, so what can we get from you? Alright, so take the silocaps. Take the light leather we're not going to worry about. We are already researching Penioxylin, so that does us no good. We can get some books. So we can get just a regular recreation book. Medical and mining and artistic. Sure, we'll take those. Okay, that's good enough. We're just hauling all those in there for right now. And then recreation, I'd like to build the pool table and the billiard table, but both of those require cloth, and we don't have cloth. I'll have to trade for it. But what we can add to this room, for the time being, is we can add Actually, do we want to add to the lab? We probably add to the lab for the research bonus. Okay, you still need other stuff. Alright, so you're back up. Go grab your bolt action. Alright, we got a harp made. Everything is poor quality. Love to see it. Gill rot in the fish. That's not what I want. Can we not have gill rot? It's not that big a deal in all honesty, but, you know, on principle, can we not have it? And we've got the wood, we just need people to do construction. That's you, right, Conrad? Yeah, and your problem is you're spending too much time caring for the animals now. There's getting to be too many. And then in addition to that, you've been dealing with food poisoning and all sorts of stuff. And muscle parasites and all of that. Let's have you prioritize butchering for a minute. Get caught up on all those animals that we hunted before they all rot. Is gill rot bad for consumption of the fish, or like unsafe to eat or all that? No, it just knocks down the fish population. Which makes it so you can't get as many fish, and it takes you longer for the fish to recover to get more fish. So it's a matter of volume. Think of it like blight, where it'll kill a bunch of your crops. You don't get yourself poisoned by eating them. You just lose out on them. Alright, I know I'll regret this, but we are going to choose to do fancy floors that are slate. I have no idea what you're asking, Strider. Where the bodies, though? I don't know what you're saying. Fishing is such an awkward mechanic. You hate how it makes hunters just spend all day fishing, especially if they have low animals. Well, generally I've found if I don't zone them, I find a lot of times it seems like my people prefer hunting over fishing. But if they don't have anything to hunt, then they will fish. Where the affected fish bodies, the other fish eat them. That's how it spreads. That's not actually true, I have no idea, but you're trying to apply realism to video games, and that's where you made your mistake. Well, we're down to literally the electricity last. We can do penny-oxalin. So we get Nutramine. We'll go ahead and get that going. Alright. There needs to be a mod for that? I mean, sure if you want. It seems like a completely irrelevant thing. The point is, you don't get to feed the fish. They're not available. Having their bodies exist in your world is just adding more objects that serve zero purpose. Go Frenzy, that's fine. Oh, zone. Animals. Remove this room from the animal zone. Okay. Just because you can do something doesn't mean there's a reason to do something. Which is sometimes how I feel about some mods out there, where it's like, we added this, like, okay, I mean, it doesn't hurt anything, so sure. But like, are people going to install the mod just to add this completely unnecessary thing? The answer's yes, by the way. The answer is absolutely yes. Add for lower optimum levels of quality, actually. I mean, you could do that, but I think the end result's the same thing. You just don't get as much fish. And like, if it was dangerous, like with gill rot or whatever, it'd just be another obnoxious thing you gotta micro where, oh, gill rot happened, cancel everyone from fishing. Oh wait, if we look at our assignments, fishing and hunting are under the same assignment. So that would also mean you're effectively removing everyone from hunting. Okay, well that means now we need to split this off into a whole separate thing where you have fishing and hunting as separate mechanics. Which, fine, I actually think that's not a bad idea. But you get the idea. It's adding a feature that, as far as I can see, doesn't really benefit the game in any way, but creates a lot of baggage you gotta deal with for adding it. Exactly. That sounds like a terrible idea, then. A mod that adds pigeons to the game? Yes, please, thank you. Installed as soon as I knew it existed. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like, mods don't need to have a purpose. But it is one of those things that a lot of times you look at some of the stuff that people make mods for and you're kind of like, but why? So we don't actually have granite on this tile. That's just from taking stuff apart, right? Yeah. So we'll make a granite throne for right now. Or forbidding a zone around water, which makes it even more micro for you to create. Yep. Yeah, that's always one of the things that when you look at a lot of game features, you have to do that juggle, being like, okay, what does this game feature add to the game? What does it take away? Because there's a lot of times that things look really good on paper, and then you make it and you're like, oh, there was a very obvious reason I should not have done this. And we got the harpsichord, and finally, after we've literally run out of other... I take that back. We could have gone piano. We could have gone piano. We were one research short of the last possible thing being the electricity. Ignore roof. We don't care. That you assume gill rot is to fish what blight is to plants, and you want their corpses to show up. You want the entire map to be filled with lung rot. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. It'd just be another pain. Plus, you can always argue that the way it gets around is the fish that die get eaten by the other fish, therefore spreading the disease, as well as giving the reason why the corpses don't exist. There's plenty of plausible reasons why it shouldn't be. All right. Let's see. One thing you wish you could do in the game is reorder zones of tab, like you can in colonists. Oh yeah, just being able to go in here and just move them around. Yep. That'd be nice. And hey Treacle, how's it going? For those who don't know, Treacle, another fantastic content creator, plays a whole lot of RimWorld, so definitely someone I recommend checking out. Good times over there and all that stuff. Are you on the list? I can't check. You gotta put yourself in the list and keep track yourself. Because of the thing, it resets every stream. I mean, technically I can check, but I'm not going to because that'd be me going into a random folder on my hard drive, looking for all the names in the text file before it gets purged and all that, and seeing if the name's there. Versus if you join and you're already in the queue, it'll just be like, hey, you're joining. Oh, are you already in the colony? No, you are not. You are not already in the colony. It's your birthday tomorrow? Nice. Hope you have a good birthday and all that. I'm meeting up with some of Tomb's family who's visiting the area tomorrow. Means I gotta wake up early. Do all that stuff. Which means I should go to bed early, but I already know that does not work. So it is what it is. Cool, so Gilrot's ending. Yeah, so knock the population of fish down pretty badly. That one's down to 1 fish, that's 4 fish. That's 16 fish. Oh no, it's not Tomb's birthday. We're seeing family. It's Treacle's birthday tomorrow. Who is not who we're seeing. They're not a member of the family or anything like that. In case there's confusion there. Treacle's good people. But two very unrelated things. And you're trying your best to keep up. Right, it's the muscle parasites that are penalizing your ability to do stuff by 30%. We can also take you off of self-tend. And you off of self-tend. So you get some better tens. Alright, so we're just sitting here growing our mushrooms. We've got those muscle parasites. Muscle parasites can be pretty awful. It's a very death by 1,000 cuts kind of situation where they just absolutely chip away at your ability to do stuff. Going to expand our mushroom zone here. Alright, and zone. That's fine. I shouldn't be letting it automatically home zone endlessly, or just going to be out there sweeping the mud. But it's fine. Okay, and we're getting pretty close to the time they're going to start slaughtering monitor lizards as the population increases, which is kind of what I'm aiming for. As kind of a supplemental food, as well as then we'll have a renewable source of reptile skin. And we can use that for our clothing production. Which is a whole lot of weirdness to deal with. Okay, one more good tend on Raventoad, and then they'll be out of having that whole the whole health thing going on with the muscle parasites. I'm assuming everyone's in kind of the same boat. So you got about 105% to go. You got about 175. You got about 28. You got 36. So we're getting there. And everyone's ideology is flipped? Yeah. You're just the little old lady who likes RimWorld? Hey, I mean, it's a fun game. But yeah, so where normally you can't get the medicine without trading on the map, if you look here, because we're doing the Dryad thing, I'm doing extremely well. When it comes to Dryads, generally I find they're pretty bad on most situations outside of like Challenger and things. The exception I do find is herbal medicine on a map you can't really grow it can be very, very strong. In a severe pinch, you can have them do berries. On a map that food's not available, it's not very efficient. It's pretty terrible. We don't need to kind of that. Let's see. He has a question. Do you normally have your thermostat set to... What do you normally have your thermostat set to? Because you're having a fight with the old man, keeping it at 72. I am not a good resource for that. The thermostat in my house ends up moving around. Tomb likes it warmer, I like it cooler. So it depends on a lot of things. I know for me personally, I prefer splitting the difference and keeping it at like 76 or whatever. I'd prefer it colder. But it is just one of those things. You know, sometimes she's had a really rough day where it's like really hot, so I'll let her, you know, she might want it cooler than normal. Other days she's just like really cold, so I'll let her, you know, not turn it down as much. But if nothing else is going down, we end up having it a little bit cooler. It varies. As long as it's not something unreasonable, like it's, you know, left at like 80 or, you know, whatever. But it's a thing of compromises. Now, generally speaking, I would argue between hot and cold, the preference for the thermostat, you know, assuming money is not the concern or whatever, but like purely just from the comfort, that cold is preferable to hot in that regard. And the reason I would say that is because if you're cold, you can put on more clothes. If you are hot and you're down to your boxers, you've hit a hard limit. You just can't do anything else. And that would be the one argument I'd say for having cold over hot, is just, there is always stuff you can do when you're cold. You know, make yourself some, like a warm beverage, get yourself a blanket, put on some warm clothes, whatever your thing is. But when it's hot, you just can't do anything. You just sit there and be like, existence is pain. Let me just get sweaty and sticky and all that kind of stuff. You split the difference at 73? Yeah. Well, that's just something you gotta negotiate. Because, like, it can also be just sometimes in a given day that the heat is just getting to people more, or the cold is just getting to people more. Alright. So take the silo caps. I will take the jump pack research. This is actually, hang on. The right decision here is to probably get either that assault rifle or the Zeus hammer. Now, we do already have uranium longswords, so we actually do have some pretty solid melee weapons. The jump packs can be a fun get a research. I probably won't end up using them, but that's fine. Well, I can't afford the Zeus hammer, so never mind the Zeus hammer. But the assault rifle and the LMG, if we grab... Well, actually, there's 2 assault rifles and the LMG. We can just up tech. So with that, there you go. There you go. There you go. So now everyone's got some solid range. So give them out to haul those guns in, and then trade them again to get those, get them the guns I don't want. Usually set yours to 70. I wish. Poor Tomb would be freezing to death at that temperature. Okay. And get rid of the revolvers and the pump shotgun. We're not going to use those. Yeah, so we just train our way to victory. Because those weren't just assault rifles, those were good quality. So now, we don't have body armor, and Zerk's, you're still running around basically naked. You have pants on, but no shirt. We'll get you there, man. You just gotta wait for the army of monitor lizard to continue to grow. Oh yeah, Titchy having another baby. This is gonna be a difficult one. We're gonna need biotech. We're gonna have to get biotech. That's gonna be the only way I'm gonna manage to go with these ones where just the way the genes get split in this game, where you get like all the positives on someone and they just are inconsolably hungry all the time. So he even set the thermostat to 72 without the old man knowing, and he didn't mind for a week and a half before he told me to change it. He didn't realize until he was hot and sweaty after dialysis. Yeah. That's something you gotta work with your other people living with you. The thermostat is one of the battles that goes as far back as thermostats coming to exist. You know, it's literally a meme in shows where you'll have like the one person, you know, just tweaks the thermostat a degree, and you just see like the, you know, the father pop is like, did someone touch the thermostat? It's just always been a thing that, because it's one of those things that what feels comfortable will vary, you know, day to day based on what you got going on. And it's just to kind of work with that, it's going to end up being a thing that you got to be willing to compromise with each other. Because like I said, there'll be days you'll go out, it'll be hot, it'll be miserable, you'll get home and you'll just want to cool off. Hey Peter, did your kid touch the thermostat? My thing went off. Yep. Yep. I know with my dad it felt like that. I touched the thermostat and it's like, you know, who touched the thermostat? Like, didn't even go into that room or anything, just knew. Is the onslaught of turtles. As everyone slowly goes towards mood break because the turtles take so long to actually reach us. This tile has been raining all the time. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Just everyone is unleashing with assault rifles and bolt actions and machine guns and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I think genuinely when you look at like all the stats for the Glow Forest, it basically feels almost the same area as like Tropical Swamp. It just, they did knock down the disease part of it, because the disease part of it was the same as the swamp when it first showed up. But they did nerf that back down because the Glow Forest has enough things you gotta overcome that tossing the disease on there, especially the biggest thing is the disease was at 2.0 or whatever it was, and you can't grow heal root here. Oh. There's still a turtle left. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore it. Never mind. The Dryads got it. If you had a wide choice of storage options, what would you put meat in? Like a freezer? I mean, in RimWorld, you basically just have shelves. There's no real variety, but, you know, freezer. One contribute, what was the first modern-looking belted machine gun world history? Modern looking is a very subjective thing. Modded storage options for inside a freezer? Oh, I have no idea, because I haven't done the mod, so I wouldn't even know what the options are. I'm also not a particularly knowledgeable person when it comes to firearms. It's just not an interest I have. Like, it's fine, I don't have an objection to their existence or anything, but I'm not kind of the person who really heavily compares things back and forth. There's a fungus gene line one of the mods? Yeah. No, I know there's a lot of fungus gene mods. I'm good, though. I prefer to run very, very, very mod light. Okay, looks like we're getting pretty close to a lot of people being through there. Yeah, Darth, you might as well be speaking Greek to me, man. I'm just not that into firearms. Like, I think they can be cool and interesting, but it's just not with things. Did you shove one of the babies into the cryo sleep casket? I mean, if you don't need them, immediately you can make that choice. They won't grow up or anything while they're in there. Like, it's just kind of one of those things that's like, do you need to? As opposed to, what, not throwing them in? Okay, that's cool, Darth. I don't know what that is either, so... You're about to have 3? Yeah, no, if it's a thing where they're, like, too hard to manage them, you could throw them in a cryo casket. It would prevent them from aging up, though. So that's kind of one of those things that you're delaying dealing with the kid. And then plus when it wakes up, it's going to have cryo sickness, so it's going to throw up a whole lot. So... I usually would, I usually try and just, like, endure it, because it's kind of one of those things that if you can get the kids to age up, they become such powerful pawns. So it's like, yeah, the short term is a pain in the butt, because you have all these kids that all the animals will go after, and they have all these learning requirements, and they can't really pull their weight in the colony quite yet, because so many of the activities are disabled. You don't use the chest feeding? Ah. Yeah, no, if you just can't cook food, yeah, that'll be probably one you'll end up needing to lean on stuff, because it's even 1 or 2 kids can be enough that the mom just basically their existence is feed kid, eat food, go to sleep, repeat, because of just how incredibly burdensome it is in RimWorld. In RimWorld, it's like they feed the kid, and then they absolutely immediately have to eat because they're already becoming malnourished. It's one of the reasons I make baby food, and I almost always make it so the mom can't feed them, is because just the penalty for mom feeding is so absurdly over the top. Because, like, they have an increased hunger rate. Fair enough. That's reasonable. Makes sense. That's somewhat realistic of real life. That seems like a reasonable game mechanic. Whatever. But then the time it takes to feed them, again, probably fair enough. But, like, as they're feeding the kid, you can just watch their hunger just bottom out, and you're just like, what is the kid doing? Drawing the nutrients out of their stomach? This has already been processed. I don't think you understand how this works. It's a single-barreled water-cooled thing? Again, Darth, I'm gonna be honest, I just don't care. Like, I'm happy that you're excited about it, but, like, it's completely unrelated to anything going on, and it's kind of just being like, I don't know about this. I'm happy you were excited about your random gun trivia. I'm just not into guns, man. Like, not everything on the channel has, like, closely adhere to my interests or anything like that. But it's just not a super, like, it's not a thing I'm super into. Like, I don't have any objections to firearms or whatever, but it's just not really a thing. Not really a thing I'm into. Like, the thing that kind of killed any interest in it was working at a weapons manufacturer and being around the people working there. And that really changed my view on firearms. Like, none of these people should have access to this crap. These people are all terrifying. Because half of them, the ones out there hurting themselves because they would go and we had, like, the range there, which is concrete tube with a target down in there and sand in the back. And it'd be like, haha, I could shoot chunks of concrete off with this gun. Oh no, I got myself hurt with a ricochet. And you're like... And just people taking, like, very dangerous weapons and just being absolute yahoos about it. Like, by all means, go out to the range. Have a good time. But you don't be, like, in, like, a populated area and be like, hey, look, man, I could just spray this in the sky or whatever. You're like, what are you doing? Alright, we got electricity researched. Cool. So, generally, that doesn't actually change much. And the reason it doesn't change much is until I get either batteries, or geothermal, or water wheel, or one of the other things that can make the power stable. I usually don't put a lot of effort into it. Especially on this map, wood isn't terrible to come by, but it's not amazing to come by. Like, it's manageable. I would just have to go on, like, a... Because I can't plant... I can't do, like, tree sowing on the map to keep it sustained automatically. I have to manually cut down the trees. So I don't want to do the wood. We could do the chem fuel, but it's kind of the same thing that I gotta go and manually dig all this stuff up. Darth, man, I really don't care about the firearms. I'm being nice, but, like, I just don't care about the firearms, man. It's like, I'm actually gonna say if we could just drop that as a topic, because you're having a conversation with yourself. My brain was like, you can hop in your DMs with you. Sorry, that's mean. It's not. It just popped in my head. RimWorld is cool with the children intergenerational play family tree legacy. Yeah, you might need sleep. It happens. Yeah, no, like. I genuinely enjoy, like, the colonies where you slowly like, build it up. That's one reasons I like the Adam and Eve challenge, like, building up the whole family thing. I very much tend to do, like, if we have couples, let children happen. The only catch is it's one of the things that's a little bit of a limitation with Odyssey, is because of how limited the ship size is early game, it's really hard to have a big colony go with that, and it's also hard not to have a big colony if kids are happening. But I'm actually gonna go to you two and tell you to try to avoid having kids. Is the other couple because it's for those who don't know why I'm trying to, like, limit that, is because they're not baseline, or both of them are not both, like, Neanderthal or whatever. It ends up, like, randomly choosing what the traits are. And when that happens, it does a really bad job. Where you have people, like, they need 1.5 times as much food, or they just have, like, all these negatives that just really restrict them. Like, that's what's happening with Rongor here, is because they're a hybrid one. They only got a couple of negatives and a whole lot of positives, so their hunger rate is astronomical. So it is going to be one of those things we're going to have to work on as soon as we get the opportunity, which is unfortunately not going to be fast. You just had a prisoner convert a colonist to your ideology? Oh, nice. So, like, you had a prisoner you had converted and you were recruiting them. And you had someone you were probably working on converting, and just happened to be that they walked in there. I've definitely had the thing where I went to convert someone, they converted me back, and I was like, hey, wait a second. That's not how this works. It's usually when you have a prisoner and then they're like, social is like 12 to 18 or something, and yours is like 2. They actually happen to be converted as a refugee. Just a random social convert? Yeah, well, I mean, that's what happens. You have the random one where they just walk by and it just goes like minus 2% or whatever. Yeah, so Ornate is right about to become what RimWorld considers an adult. They've got, they're 12, and 13 is when they age up the last time. It's looking like they're gonna do pretty okay. We're gonna get growth tier like 6. You arrest them because you didn't want them to betray you. On conversion, what do you do with the new colonists with really high certainty? Their natural gain outpaces your convert and cooldown. Well, your choices are, 1 is you can keep trying to convert them and your person will slowly gain social skill off it until they can get ahead of it. Or 2, you arrest them and convert them that way. Or 3, what you can do is use the conversion ritual, which is, if we go over here, we can... Where's my ideal spot? Yeah, we could do the conversion ritual, and if you have a masterful success, it will convert them. I think that's almost exactly the reward you offered me last time. But also, that's 3 raids of a whole lot, and I'm still building my throne room, so I can't even... Like, I can get the honor towards the rank, but I do want to actually do each bestowing ceremony, just because. Alright, please get this man over his muscle parasite so he can get back to cooking at a decent speed. And also, once you're done feeding people, yeah, or you get better social. Sweet, that should be all we needed. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. Unleash the shrooms. Or unleash the spores, that's right. The unleash the spores ritual. Okay. And begin the beats of the shroom. Doing both our ideology things, just keeping ideology stuff moving because we can. A shaman merchant showing up. And a wanderer joins. Okay. What are you bringing to the table? Chemical interest. Get out of my colony. Chemical interest and a couple of passions. Nothing I need right now, and I just don't want to deal with that. Chemical fascination is pretty awful. Chemical interest is okay. But it does end up being a thing. You just kind of keep having to hit him with drugs, and sooner or later they get an addiction, and then they gotta deal with the mood garbage from addiction. It's not too bad if they got something else going for them, but they really didn't. I probably should have taken a closer look to see if they had, medical and all that, but I was just... The chemical interest in it, I was like, Alright, so I want that for the penioxylin. Do we already have the drug assignment policy? Manage drug policy, social, penioxylin, take every 5 days. I think it was 5 days. We were getting fire foam. I mean, fire foam's useful. I like fire foam. Fire foam's great for the impids. Moment the fires go, you just pop the spray and you're just good to go. Oh wait, I have electricity. What am I doing? Mechanoid signal. Accept. Alright, so we got the mechanoid signal here, so we got the grav engine. Let's reinstall it right over here. Okay, so the reason I need to do that is we couldn't research the grav engine until it arrived. Oh, new start on the new biome? Been looking forward to this? Yeah, this is the second stream we've been doing this. Fire foam, nutrient paste. Not gonna worry about fire foam with this here. And we got all the lizards. It's gonna take us a little while to get the grav ship set up, do all that kind of stuff. Because the entire idea behind this run is we are going to be conquestors, that we are going to go place to place, you know, conquering the world and all that, you know, to bring the correct opinion that, you know, the Mushroom Empire is the legitimate empire, and that everything is mushrooms. Where we are going to have a person, we are gradually giving them higher and higher titles until we hit the Archon title, and once we get that, we are betraying the Empire because we're going to deem them illegitimate. Because that is what Raventoad did. Oh, this was not the super young one. Yeah, I forgot the other run we had our person that was in charge ended up being like a, you know, 14-year-old, you know, girl who was going to be the queen, a mushroom person. I was like, oh, yeah, no, 14-year-old wandering around in the hallucinogenic mushrooms. This checks out. This is the thing that happens. Where you wander around in a haze and eventually declare yourself, you know, declare yourself the rightful ruler. Sounds like Alice in Wonderland. I actually made that reference previously too. Alright, so we will also go here and say furniture, brazier, put down a pair of braziers for now. Alright, so with that though, I believe you have a valid room. All floor, 2 braziers. I do not have a valid room yet. Alright, so you've got that set up. Nutrient paste, batteries. So we'll actually have batteries. That at least makes it so electricity becomes viable. Maybe not my favorite way of dealing with it, but at least with batteries, we can toss down a windmill, let it charge up the batteries, and get it sustained. I am finding it amusing that wherever I build something or move something, that suddenly the lizards all seem to run to it. Which has been a curiosity. Alright, only 3 more lizards, then we start culling the lizards for their hides. Okay. So what's going to end up starting to happen is I am going to need to gradually get the grab ship built, and we are going to make sure we have a throne room and an acceptable bedroom for the queen, and everyone else gets stuck dealing with whatever space is left. Because that's how this whole thing works. That is how royalty works. The royalty people get what they want, and everyone else gets stuck with what's left. To split amongst themselves. Can't you uninstall and relocate? I did. It was up here. So I moved it so it wasn't quite so close to the edge of the map. Because putting it in the middle of my building, I could do that. Actually, you know what? In this case, it's not a terrible idea. Because that's already a big enough room to be valid. I literally could reinstall this. Has to support heavy. So the problem here is I can't quite get it to a position where I could fit a room behind it. You just minified leaving the storeroom? Yeah, but my plan is to start building the ship. Let's put it inside there. So go here. I'll go ahead and cancel production of these. Move you. We'll remove the foundations we started putting down. Don't home zone that. But then the plan will be I'm going to slowly start converting this to being my ship's terrain and all that. Oh yeah, that many monitor lizards. You know what's going to happen here? We're getting a lot of medical skill. And a lot of monitor lizards are going to become leather. Because that is a lot of plague to be treating. Alright, so we got electricity. Water wheel does nothing for me. And what are you working on? Right, you are... My construction person is now, like, full-time just taking care of monitor lizards for a little bit. Ornate also has construction. They are working on it. It's just gonna take time. This cassowary has been living inside our storage room for a long time now. It hasn't caused any trouble. It's just chilling in there. It's like, I got a good deal. I just chill in here. I eat some fungus. And nobody bothers me. So we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that bed and get rid of this bed. That'll kick them over to the other beds. And then with that, we could start tearing down some of these walls. And again, the idea is to slowly convert this area to be the grab ship. Alright. So the question we have here is that they pull this up. Do I have to peel up the floor first? Ooh, why is it not letting me build on all that space? There is already a foundation here. Ah, that's probably bridge. I see. So deconstruct this fire. Odyssey, remove foundation. Alright. So heat stroke on you, how bad? Just beginning. I'm also curious if I put foundation on a tile that already had flooring, will the flooring stay? Because in reality, it should rip it up. Are you going to make a mushroom-shaped ship? I was thinking something along that line. Oh, you are right on top of us. Get inside. And ornate. Right now, you just retreat in the back there. Okay. So the good bad news here is we do not have any type of we do not have a way to deal with a lot of these things. So I think the way this works, to avoid heavy casualties, I've got to deal with the Lancer. I could deal with that from down here and be safe from this. And I'm pretty sure Draconic with his legendary shield belt could probably just run up and smack on that until it explodes in his face and be fine. The other two don't have shield belts, though. This is going to be a mess because we don't have... Oh, I have a shield. I really don't want to burn my shield in this. We will pop our combat boost. Let's try to get over here. Draconic, this is going to be mostly you sailing this whole thing, by the way, buddy. Okay, they're being distracted by the monitor lizards. Love to see it. Okay, it's gone fine. Okay, did not get through the shield belt. You did good. And the rest of you get to do your job. I really didn't need that combat boost. It mostly went to waste because I kept the people back. Oh, you can go back to your stuff. That dropped real close to the colony. But yeah, luckily where it was positioned, it wasn't too much of a problem. You lost your pinky. A militar gave you a smack in the right pinky and broke it. And animals-wise, they did down one of the monitor lizards, but all the others didn't even get injured. Alright, and we now have hit the max population of monitor lizards I'm allowing, so they should slowly chip down in that population. It's going to be a thing where I'm going to be pulling up that fine flooring immediately to put it back down. It is what it is. I'm usually a run where I have our research even more nerfed than this one. So the fact that I actually have the research is catching me off guard. So where everyone has their nice individual bedrooms, they're losing all that. That's going away. We'll take this a step farther and say, if I tell them to do it that way, what happens? Meanwhile, go Odyssey. Alright. That's just gonna be a project to work on for a while. Water wheel generator, basic grav tech, right away. That's perfect. Like right now I won't be able to do much to make us mushroom shaped yet, because I only have the one thing here, so it's kind of just a circle. So we're gonna build what we can. But I can try and make it vaguely mushroom shaped, we'll see. Usually I make my ships very asymmetrical, but that'll be a little tricky if I'm going after, like, a theme. Oh, that's interesting. Am I putting the... Okay, so you can just straight up install the foundation under the wall. Okay, that's going to be really nice. We'll have some problems back... Well, actually, did I have to put down an... Yeah, it was just this corner up here I had to put down the plates. Party? We don't need these corners. And I will have to dismantle that chunk of wall. And put a different foundation down. Oh, weird. It puts a seam on the ones that do have the ground beneath them and not. Yeah, and the ones they put the foundation under, we are getting to keep the flooring there too. So that's good news. So it looks like it actually doesn't destroy a lot of things to put the foundation under, which is definitely a big perk. Or am I wrong? Oh, weird. So the tile disappears for a second, and then they put the foundation down and it reappears. Versus this one, we actually got the wood back, so it rips it up, which it makes sense, because it's ripping up the wood floor. Since they have the same stats, there's no reason. Alright. So basic grav tech, and now piano. Alright, so it's going to take a while to get that built. Pirates with climate adjuster. Alright, form caravan, go there, come back, accept. Alright, so who's going to deal with this? So let's have Draconic go. Ion, Tichy, and Zerx. Actually, let's keep Zerx back. It's fine. Zerks can go. So get them out of here to deal with that before the climate adjuster makes it too hot and Ornate starts being in danger of heat stroke. Growth moment on Rongor. Rongor has become a child. Remain basic tribesman. Work. Your entire schedule is nothing but recreation. You need a weapon. Apparently that's unfortunately just too bad, but there's none of those available. So you go about your life hauling and cleaning, I guess. I'm wondering why these tiles are different than those tiles. Some of the tiles are actually putting the stone on. I see. Okay, I understand. It was these were still queued up on the other ones. That's okay. They'll get there. Alright. So we are losing a lot of stone. That's fine. With us being able to get space worthy, we won't have to worry about the stone too much. It'll just be available. The big challenge is going to be shoving this many people in here. It might be a thing that I have to just not have a barracks. We land, create a really quick and messy barracks to have everything set up. Oh, before I forget, I got an alarm I have to set for tomorrow. Let me set that, because I have to wake up at an unusual time. Let's see. That should be fine. Okay. So let's go here. Zoom on in. Alright, so we got a climate adjuster. Looks like they're all melee. They do not appear to have any batteries or guns. Is it just the two of them? Oh, did you stop to take go juice? No. Okay, let's poke this. Where's... Oh, the climate adjuster's down there. Okay, that was not what I was expecting. That's fine. Let's break this so we get components out of it. I could disassemble it, but I'm just trying to be fast. Okay, we can go in here, deal with the climate adjuster. And then, you know, caravan, whatever's worthwhile, back out of here. Okay. And while that's happening, I'm going to take 2 seconds to grab a drink. I'll be right back. Okay, and with that, we are ready to caravan home. So give me all the food, grab the components, grab the little bit of plasteel. Is there anything else we really want? Let's grab that nerve spiker. I'm probably not going to use it. It's just a normal nerve spiker, but other crap that's here, probably the best. I'll take the trace amounts of... Do I want to take the trace amounts of steel? Nah, it adds a whole, like, 0.7 days onto our travel time. Steel's not worth that. Cool, we got food poisoning. Love to see it. Let's see. Boxox Myrtle has high hopes for the new grav ship and wants to christen it with a good name. What should your grav ship name be called? The Hardy Anarchy is close to something we could work with. We definitely want to lean in on the mushroom theming. You know, and it's like, the Hardy Mushroom or something is certainly a name. But, we are the Mushroom Empire. We're going to be conquesting the world and all that. But names are hard, chat. We'll give it just a minute to see if I can't think of something better, and then we might just move. The Boom Shroom. I mean, Boom Shrooms are a thing in the game. Mycology. The Myceliac Marauder. This would be so hard to say, but it is a good name. The Shiitake. The Fungus Chungus. The Fungi. I'm leaning towards the Myceliac Marauder. Even if that's going to be really hard to say again and again. Deal. Myceliac Marauder. There we go. Yeah, no, it's a solid one. This here alone, without the Mycelium Falcon, not a bad one either. We can also change the ship name at any time by looking at the pilot console or grav core. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad they added that. Because a lot of things that once you name it, like your faction or your colony, the only way to rename it is either mods or dev moding. Actually, I don't even think you dev mode. I think you have to go like the save file. No mushroom for improvement. But there's always mushroom for improvement. Major break risk because you're food poisoning and your heat stroke. And you're having a medical emergency. Alright, that's a problem. Form caravan, get off the tile right now, except grab Ornate. Slurpee, get that kid out of here. You need help? What can I help you with? We got another tile back here. Shambler's Approach. The kind of bug infection time always getting out of your base. Kind of bug infection time always getting out my base inside and kind of build my base only big place. Kind of bug infection time always getting out my base inside the kind of build my base only big place. I'm sorry, I am not understanding what you're trying to tell me, unfortunately. Hey, Ellispid, thank you for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. So let's go furniture, floors. Right, and you're actually engaged in a fight. Oh, they're attacking my monitor lizard. The monitor lizard is killing the downed shambler. Why is this tile still so hot? And your heat stroke should be coming down. It's like 76. Oh, right, you're a high mate. It has to be way lower. Caravan arrived. Okay. So you're out of danger here. Alright, because we had to very quickly get them off the tile. Because it still seemed like it had the heat increase from the event we defeated. It was just a whole thing. Like, they're still dealing with a lot of heat stroke here. But we'll get there. You should also be aging up, like, any time now. Like, if we're lucky here... If we're lucky here, you're gonna get those last 5 points in, and you'll have literally maxed out the learning the kid can get. That block could probably go away. Shouldn't collapse with all these things here. More than likely, we're going to be having a really, really rough time here. With how few tiles we have that we can make our ship, I'm suspecting that our, like, the room for our colonists to sleep in, and our rec room and our dining room are all going to be the same room. Because of the numbers of people we have. And there's just not a good way. Oh, it looks like all our clothes are starting to disintegrate. Let's see, when there's an insect attack, it becomes the base because you live inside the biggest mountain on the map and there's no room for any other mountain. Oh, when you're talking about the insect attack, the way you deal with infestation, because this is what I'm assuming you're talking about, is pretend for a moment this is our mountain. Actually, you know, we can use that up there. That'll be perfect. Pretend this is our mountain here. You know, obviously yours will be way bigger. What you can do here to really, really help is when you're building your mountain bases, make areas like this So as you have to like make different areas for the rooms to go, so you'd have, you know, you'd have your bedrooms or whatever over here. You know, it like doesn't matter what these rooms are, but you have your rooms over here. But it's to have these like little choke points you're seeing me make here. So let's just put a different shape room. So I have choke points like this. Now, let's say you have an infestation, targets this room here. That room, bunch of bugs pop up. What you do is you grab your people, and for that one, you'd have someone run over, pop the door before they pop up, and if they get up there, they'll end up breaking a door or whatever. You put any melee pawns you've got there, and any ranged pawns you've got back here. And the entire idea is one of the bugs will eventually pop its nose out, you'll shoot it, they all go here, and only one bug can occupy this spot at a time. So you'll end up having any and all melees able to jump on that, and all your range able to deal with any bugs in this entire corridor. And that's generally the way you're going to end up dealing with that, because then it's effectively one on however many melee again and again and again, while your range are just knocking their numbers down. The big thing you have to avoid is infestation is not something you can ignore. If you let it sit, it will continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger until it will eventually not be defeatable. Not by a realistic stance. There are cheese ways like burn boxes and all that you might still be able to make it work, but you're talking some pretty extreme stuff. But the entire way you fight infestations is entirely about bottlenecking their ability to reach you, making it so they can't reach you. What's the limits to the size of the ship on the colony? So if you look at this here, I'm limited to 500 total tiles, and whatever I've got the actual materials for, as well as in that circle. You do get a thing called a grab field extender that if I build this, I can get 250 more tiles, and you see the extra radius. But I need materials that I have to do specific quests to get that I can't, you know, I can't do those on my own tile. The problem is that you don't build a corridor. You mean, I was going to build one, and then suddenly the rooms were connected to each other. Yeah, I mean, you can build a wall in between to make a corridor, but like you'll see, I even have that kind of here. Like this is being reworked, but you see I've got that corridor with a little bottleneck. Every one of my bases, I will put bottleneck points naturally in the base, because it's just that necessary to deal with melee threats. Even ranged threats, having a bottleneck can be fine, because if you've got, like, you know, this door here, I can have a bunch of ranged back there. Something pokes its neck in, this whole area can shoot at that door. And if you know you had a corridor back here, only a couple of them can shoot back. The Psychic Droner. I'm not gonna worry about that. Right now, I just want to get this ship going. Floor. Pull up that, because it has no foundation. Okay, that's all sorted there. So we can keep building this out. And then what's going to happen here... Oh, we go here and go remove foundation there and there. I need to slowly convert this over. But yeah, a lot of succeeding in RimWorld is kind of figuring out ways to situate yourself to handle different types of threats. And a big part of that is controlling the movement of those threats. Whether that's bottlenecking areas so only so many can get through, or trying to predictably make the AI go different ways and all that kind of stuff to make it so they don't have what they need to not get themselves in trouble. Yada, yada, yada. There's a lot there. Alright, how's the heat stroke going? Come on, man. Cool down. Is paranormal activity obvious? You mean anomaly? Generally, most of the anomaly stuff is straightforward. There are one or two that can be a little sneaky. There's one called Metal Horror, also known as Gray Flesh. That is the sneakiest one, where you'll just be like, you know, you detected gray flesh or whatever, and it's kind of who done it, like who is the person who is infected, because they will spread the infection until it basically gets you killed. But that's kind of the gimmick of that one. The only other one that's sneaky is like the Revenant, which runs in, knocks down one of your pawns, and then runs off, and it's kind of a game of cat and mouse to see if you can kill it before it slowly takes one of your pawns down at a time. Alright, so this will be the throne room. Golden Cube is fun? Yeah, Golden Cube is a comical one. Let's wait to do more until we've got that. Alright, so we'll get the piloting console there. And the engine's back here. And go here. Deconstruct these. You're fighting with the enemies from the very beginning? Yeah. No, it's the thing. Like, mountain bases, once you learn how to deal with the infestation, are one of the easier ones to deal with. But, I mean, there's still the learning part of the game. Alright, so with this, the ship will be functional, which means it's time to go here and say harvest the boom shroom. All of them. Bring me the chem fuel. And I'll slowly get the throne room switched over. Alright. Alright, Alan, you have a good one. Best of luck dealing with your infestations and all that. Yep, and we're getting our ship all powered up and everything. You know, a chem fuel put in here. Now, one big problem I have is I can't actually make chem fuel right now. We don't have the tech. But on maps like this, I can harvest it. In a pinch, I could toss a boomalope on board and just call it a day with that. Okay. So that'll be the throne room plus our engines, and once we have that, it is a fully functional ship. Even if there's nothing worthwhile on it. Then the next move is going to be trying to shove whatever handful of rooms I can fit on this thing. Because we're already at 225 out of 500 tiles. And... don't touch that wall. I canceled it, but it wasn't enough, so Ornate Gamer just died for no reason at all. Which again, they're supposed to be replacing everything. Okay, actually, you don't build that because you got a neck cut. That is so annoying. And they were like days from becoming an adult. Alright, well, begin the funeral. That's fine. Hunt the monitor lizard. I don't care. Well, we took care of them all the way up to, like, right about the point they're becoming an adult. And that's going back to one of the things that really annoys me is when you tear down walls and there's a ceiling there, they won't tear down the ceiling first. And I noticed it, like, at the last second, tried to stop it. I told it to cancel, and it probably just canceled the wrong thing. Like, it probably canceled something else there. It is what it is. They were a pacifist in a conquesting group. Guardian tree on strip, can't do it. Unfortunately, the tree isn't able. You can't plant any of the trees on the ship. It is a hard limit. All right. That also sucks because that was a bad hit on our construction person, which just delays everything. That annoys me. I haven't done that in a long time where I've collapsed a roof on someone. It's because these days, like, when do I tear down all the walls in something that's not like a monument I'm done with? Which is usually how I killed my people, is I tore down the monument, forgot to remove the roof. Because usually I try and stay on top of it where I tell them to not build a roof on a monument. Who is our highest social now? Nobody. Nobody is our highest social now. That's the answer you're looking for. Everyone is equally terrible. He'll say 20. Gonna get back to you. Gift. 134. Just keep working on those things. I'm a little salty about that one. Genuinely, I'm a little salty about that one. Because that was one I did to myself entirely. I know better. I don't usually, like, this used to be a mod where they'd replace the walls. And so I used to not do that. Like, you probably noticed I replaced all my walls up here with stone. What I was doing is I was replacing all but the corners and then circling back for the corners afterwards. So I'm even definitely aware of this. Yuck. Gourmand. Yeah, get out of here. We're just trying to get this ship going. Yep, no dryads in space. No growing trees, no cocoa. Nothing like that. Alright, what are your restrictions? Gotta remember what the restrictions are for the actual throne room. Because it was no... what is it? Throne room requires no beds, no work facilities, no altars allowed, no biotech, no anomaly. So we can put recreation in there. So the throne room can be the recreation room. Those we're allowed to combine. We can also use the throne room as the dining room. That is also permitted. It can also be a schoolroom. So that's good. That's one of the important rooms we'll have handled. It's a little disturbing that we had a kid die here, and not one person's mood seems to be meaningfully impacted. I mean, they do have their friend died, and a lot of them have it. I just have so many mood bonuses, it's utterly irrelevant. Did the funeral actually more than override it? Okay, no, the funeral's just a counter that's equal time. Or sorry, not equal time, that has some time. And furniture, I should be able to add a shelf for the food. That should be okay. Now we're gonna have a lot of work to do on that floor. Now I believe with the floor, double check. Okay, all that's set. I believe with the floor now, because it needs to be fine floor, there's going to be a lot of work to do to make the throne room valid. Missing components, that's what's going on. I was like, why can't I build this? Alright, that's fine. So I can work on that. They should be able to get those engines online. They'll also be able to get that piano built. So then the ideology room and then the barracks will need to be put over here somewhere. And then we can worry about the production. So the production room I'm thinking I'm going to put in the front, and then shove like the barracks and the ideology rooms off the side. You got food poisoning and collapsed from it. Oh yeah, food poisoning plus motion sickness. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, once we get the throne room, like I said, we'll probably go for the barracks next. As we now suddenly find ourselves with a available bed for some reason. I don't know why that might be the case. Piano. Hydroponics is next. That's a win. That's a big win. I'll have to get the power set up, which we're not quite ready for. But with hydroponics set up, we can do good. What I can't remember is if you can grow... I don't think you can grow nutrient fungus in hydroponics. It's been a long time. Oh no, Shiretone. I have it set to replace. I didn't tell him to tear it down and build them back up. The way it mechanically works when you replace the walls is they will rip down the walls and put them up. So yeah, no, I did literally that. So yeah, that wasn't an additional mistake or anything. That's literally what I did. It tears down the walls first, so if you queue it all up, it just rips down the entire room, collapsing it on themselves. Animals, manage auto slaughter. Donkey, 0. You can grow it in there? Gotcha. I couldn't remember. Because admittedly, I don't... If I'm doing tunneler, which is when I would do nutrient fungus, I'm not running hydroponics because I could just shove the dirt in the ground and not have to worry about it. then if I'm running hydroponics, I'm probably not doing nutrient fungus. So it's a bit of a weird one here. The thing that will be cool, though, is the big problem with hydroponics, you usually normally need the sun lamp. And the sun lamp is an absolute power hog. Whereas the hydroponic bins themselves, they do take some power, but they're really not much. So that actually should be pretty usable. Yeah, you prefer the way the mod handles are placing? I hope they revisit the way I approach the base game. I guess it's personal preference. Yeah, no, I think what they tried to do is take the existing function of tear down, rebuild, and set it up. But I do wish it was those things where they prioritize, I take apart this tile, I build this tile, and then move on to the next one. Unless they don't have the materials, then obviously they can keep moving on. Man, they really specifically changed the building logic just to keep the roofs falling on people? Yeah. It's one of those things that just get you. You got food poisoning, don't you? Yes, you do. Well, like I said, normally, like, you can even tell that I've been very conscious about it. Yeah, you can see, like, here, I missed replacing this corner, so it's sandstone, wood. Then I would go and replace all but the corners. Yeah, and you can see it's there as well. I do that because that way I want to keep the corners up, because then I can tear down the room without having to worry about the roof. I just didn't think about that back here. Because the room was, like, never truly finished. So my brain, I didn't even think about it being roofed. They got one builder and they're doing their best. Yeah, they're hauling all the materials to get it all sorted out. Alright, raid by the 8 men. They're coming in transport pods from multiple sides. Oh, you don't have your gun. Go get your gun. Yeah, so the rest of you all run out front. Okay, was it... Yeah, they're going to prepare to attack. So what have we got? We got 2 people, revolver and a bolt action, a melee and a submachine gun, and a bolt action, 2 revolvers not. So I can knock down these other groups over here on the sides really quickly. Probably my best bet is to go bully the big group really quick. Okay, you got everything. Alright, so Ion Titchy, you're like right about to pop out a baby. So you're not moving at any meaningful speed right now. So we're going to send the others to deal with this. I'd love to have you along, but your movement speed penalty is just too much. Yeah, so Dan here is the primary threat up there. There's not really cover to use. Dan is standing just outside of range. That's fine. Dan's handled. Start working our way over to deal with this group, coming kind of closer to the base just in case they aggro before we have the chance. And you had the submachine gun and the mace. So this one we just have a strong... Okay, that is not good timing. Box Fox, you're out of here. You got a baby to deliver. Okay, you all get out of here. The rest of you got to keep fighting. The baby has decided when this is happening and is already being inconvenient. And it knows myself that they do the whole deconstruction first, which also makes a little sense. Oh yeah. No, there's a lot of like prioritization stuff in RimWorld that you're like, why would you do it this way? This is like the only way that's dangerous. And RimWorld's like, yep, that's the way we're gonna do it. Oh, and now we drop down here to this group. Oh, you're bleeding? Yeah, it's fine, I don't care. Yeah, Jealous Pyromaniac. Yep. Don't care at all. So this will be one when we engage, they're definitely going to fight back. There's not an angle I can get on them where that won't be the case. But we're rolling in with 2 bolt actions, assault rifles. Honestly, if we run in close, I could probably get my melee on them where they don't even get a chance to shoot at me. Let's get way up here. Gilly, go. Slurpee, go. Move quick, move quick, move quick. Alright, nicely done. That's all of them defeated, and get back to dealing with the whole fact that a baby is happening back here. All right. And you're angry because we're losing a lot of those mood bonuses as things are getting moved around. Which will get recovered once we get this room dealt with. But, you know. Yeah, prioritize building these so that the room's enclosed, we at least start getting bonuses. And a healthy baby. Alright, so we got a brand new baby in the colony. That is not the person I'm looking to rename right now, actually. That's the baby we're going to be renaming, and the baby's name is They Leon. And They Leon, genes-wise, has a slightly increased hunger rate, is got a bonus to melee and reduced pain, but poor social and intellectual. That is certainly going to be a pain. Starvation on you. Doctor, please feed. Oh, right, the high mate didn't have a weapon. It's like, where'd the weapon goes? Like, oh, right. So there's a nerve spiker I completely forgot about. No, wait, not you. Sorry. There's a nerve spiker that I didn't worry about. Actually, have you equip that. Grab that bolt action from way down there. And hold that back. Okay, so people are getting back up. The only good news is of all the colonists I could have lost from the roof collapsing, having the kid who was starting to learn construction when I already have a construction pawn at least means I didn't lose a bunch of important stuff. Alright, so we got party, that everyone's going to be recovering stuff. How are we doing on our tailoring bench? We are getting lots of lizard skin pants. So that's at least something. An Ion Tidchi is idle. I'd say they shouldn't be. They have research set. They have plenty of research to do. Okay. Construct the engines first, because we want to make this an enclosed room. Plus, again, that makes it so the ship's valid, so if we had some, like, really awful event run up, we can nope out of here. Ancient stockpile. Cool. Okay, and with that, that'll be the room closed. So it's now a valid room. So we should start getting our bonuses on there. Oh, interesting. It is saying the throne's valid despite it not meeting your expectations, right? Huh. Okay. Travelers need resources. They want medicine. They want actual medicine, not pretend medicine. Cool. Hydroponics? Microelectronics. Oh, just skipping right up there. Okay. That's interesting of a concern. Let's also go here. Because I want to make sure the entire, like, pilot console, this area is enclosed. Just to make it harder for, what do you have queued to take apart? Oh, the wood door. Right, we're going to take apart the wood door and replace it with a steel one. Which I didn't need to do. Because I can just go like that and say, hey, put a steel door there, and they'll take it apart as part of the construction process. Starvation on De Leon. Oh, I'm out of wood. You need to do that real fast so that you can refuel your stove and make food for the kid. Let's see, the whole base is part of the ship or just the throne room? Right now it's just the throne room. Realistically, it's not going to get that big, because keep in mind, that's the limit on how big this can get, period, right now. We've already using about half our size with just that space. We are just kind of building the ship inside the base, and then it'll just lift off and leave when it's time. You actually got the baby food made, right? You didn't just get... Just... Mom needs to feed you. Apparently they carried just enough wood for it to run out of fuel before they had a chance to cook anything at all. It'd be good when we get the switch to electricity, but we're working on it. We got a lot of construction, and it's just taking time. And we're to the point of slowly knocking off one monitor lizard after another to get all our clothing made. We'll end up needing to get a much better supply of that. Most likely the way we'll end up dealing with that is we'll have a hydroponics bin that's just cotton to try and just trickle in the cotton to keep clothing being made. We can worry about that when we get there. Let's make sure all tiles are lit up. Yep, we're fine. Yeah, because the thing my plan is to, again, make, like, probably a room around this big for a barracks. That big for, like, the ideology room. And then this whole front area is just going to be the production room as big as I can make it. As far as storage goes in this place, it's probably not going to be very big. I'm probably going to do one of those things where we'll have, like, let's change the way I do my production room. Instead of having, like, one massive room that's production, what I'll probably do is I will have a workbench. So say, for example, something like this. I'll have one workbench here. That'll be the cotton. And I'll have the other workbench here. That'll be like the output clothes or something like that. Yeah, we're not building that. I'm trying to build stuff as is. But yeah, because we're doing this like whole Mushroom Empire thing, we are prioritizing the throne room over anything else. Which is not strategically the right decision. Very generally, you can do without the throne room pretty easily. But it's much harder to get away without having a proper rec room, or a proper dining room, or proper, like, rooms for people sleeping, ideology room. But with this whole thing where we're doing the Mushroom Empire, the queen takes priority. Now, with all that said, chat, unfortunately, it is getting to be that time. I can't go long tonight. I gotta wake up early tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to wrap up here in a minute. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content and everything, and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. With that said, there will probably not be a stream tomorrow. Thursdays and Fridays I normally take off, but this Thursday, tomorrow I am meeting with family members and all that. That is a bit of a commute. It's not that it can't happen tomorrow. Most likely by the time I'm done, I'm going to be just too tired to make good content, so I'll probably forgo it. Friday, it all depends on what Toon wants to do. You know, it's going to be her one day off. If she wants to just chill at the house and all that, I'll probably stream. If we have plans that she wants to do, we'll go do those. But with that said, Saturday we'll definitely be back, probably for more RimWorld. If not, you know, if something else comes up in the meantime. But we'll be playing a lot more RimWorld here in the near future. With that said, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready for you, but thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find